The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time. Kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
All right, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. High fives and fist bumps and all that. Welcome. Thank you for being here. My name is Alan Cox. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. I was going to keep it to that. People like the creepy hugs. I'm going to keep creepy hugs.
People enjoy creepy hugs. Whatever source you can get them. Mary Santora is right over there. What up? And Poundcake is back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people. You haven't sat behind the glass in a long time.
I figured I'd mix it up. Everybody else is mixing it up, right? Mm-hmm. People can't see. I mean, we're the only studio here at iHeart Cleveland that has a window.
And technically, I am behind glass.
Yes,
just a few
of course you are.
rooms behind you guys.
You're behind a couple of inches of glass there on the door.
It's not very effective, though. I don't know who came up with this is the state-of-the-art soundproof room. I can hear everything.
There's no state-of-the-art soundproofing here. They slapped this place together.
But even at the last
laser
place.
focused on the new equipment. Well, no, at Oak Tree we had
it was not soundproof.
Well, more than
better,
it is here.
yeah.
We had those big heavy doors. We had the raised studio floors. We had all of the old school soundproofing.
I hear all the dirt
not
back
here.
here.
All the dirt.
All the tea.
Your Poundcake's back in, when I say Studio G, he is back in the very corner. He's at the end of a long row of production studios. They're not large, but they're big enough for our purposes, for him. But he's back there by the lockers. I don't have an office here anymore, of course, because we reduced our footprint, so we've been reduced to lockers. I've come full circle in my broadcasting career. You know, you start out as a grunt with nothing. You're lucky if you have even the tiniest little workspace to prepare your show. And so you start out with jock lockers. And then if you're fortunate enough to get to a point where you get an office, which I had for many years, and now I'm back to a locker. Poundcake Studio is back by the lockers. What dirt are you hearing back by the lockers?
People just putting their stuff in their locker. I hear beep. You know, people farting.
Oh, you're hearing farts.
Well,
the soundproof. Listen, you could make a case that we're not talking state-of-the-art soundproofing. You are not going to make a case to me that behind a closed door you hear people farting.
Absolutely, I hear people fart.
Who?
If it's allowed,
name names.
No, I don't know. Even if I did see who it was, I probably wouldn't even know their name. But I don't necessarily.
Could you identify them by their fart? If you didn't see them. You merely heard them back there breaking wind. Would you be able to identify them?
Absolutely, yeah, I definitely could. Sometimes when they just think they're going to put something down in a locker down below, and it's just so it is someone on the lower level.
On the lower level. Well,
so,
I'm one of those people that my locker is the very first one in that long row, but it is on the bottom. Mine is right below. I think I'm right below Mark Nolan's locker. Bill's, I believe, is next to mine.
Right next to yours.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so it's somebody
it's somewhere
on the
towards
lower,
the middle because
so
I can't see their body, but
it's
I
somebody
can
who
know.
has to bend over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you don't get here. Okay, so it's somebody. Wouldn't be somebody in the morning because you're not here then. So somebody on the lower row. Okay, I want you to open your door very quickly. Okay. Keep your mic on. Open your door so that we can hear you. And I want you to read off the names on the. You can remove mine because. And Bill's.
Yep.
So
Alan's
read
the fart
off.
detective.
Read off the rest of that bottom row after me and Bill.
Okay, so we got. Hold on, move my mic. We got Crystal. We got Jeremiah.
Jeremiah next door. It's got to be Jeremiah.
It's Jeremiah. He's been cleaning up his diet. eating a lot more
I was gonna
fruits
say,
and vegetables. It's making him gassy. My vote is for Jeremiah.
Are you making all that up?
No, I mean, he's losing weight. He looks
okay.
good.
I feel like he would own it though. And he does come by and say hi. He's one of the few people that if he's in front of my door, he will come say something.
But he's just farting because he thinks no one's hearing it. Then what is there to own? He didn't know you're hearing it.
I don't know, because, I mean, so we still got Leanne Summers. We got...
Wait, go through these slowly. So Leanne, who does afternoons on WGAR, it's not going to be her.
No.
She's far too ladylike. She's a real piece.
She smells really good.
Yeah, she's foxy.
I've complimented her perfume on several occasions. Like, she takes care of herself.
Yeah.
Are you implying that people that fart don't take care of themselves?
It's less likely.
No. Like
if you're going to let fly at the workplace,
Yes.
you're not going to come in here like all.
But you're not letting fly at the work. You're letting
Yes,
fly
you are.
in a corner
at work.
Where
At
it
work,
would
but
be
it's
more
like
safe.
I think that's a safe fart zone over there.
It is still fundamentally the workplace.
Right, but it's still like everybody's got to fart. Everybody farts all the time. If you're going to try and be polite about it, doing it by the lockers is a polite place
What is
to
this?
fart.
Everybody farts all the time.
That's science, man.
I don't fart all the time.
You are farting all the time.
I'm not.
It's just how the world works. It's how your body
No,
works.
it's how the world works when people don't. Okay, anyway, give me more of the names.
Fart 300 times every
Jackie
6
Roberts.
minutes.
Don't know who that is. Oh, she's traffic. She's over there at TAM. Okay, so maybe her, because I think she does afternoons over there.
Jake Underwood.
Jackie does our traffic, as a matter of fact. I don't know who that is.
He's over in traffic and news, too.
My vote for is probably Pat.
Pat Butler?
He's gone by the time we start.
Just because he has Butt in his name. You know, he's one of my 2 hours to midnight co-hosts with Corey. I'm going to ask him on Saturday night, hey, are you farting back by the lockers a lot? Because Poundcake's picking up on it. FYI.
Yep. And
We're getting the traffic report from your guts. Who else?
John Crawford.
John Crawford. He's another traffic guy. Okay. He's a big, tall drink of water. Maybe it's him. Who else? Oh, he's stepping out to look.
It was Olivia Musica, but it's not her. I run
No,
into her all
it's
the
not
time.
her. No, she's too sweet for that.
And that's it. And then it's you and Bill.
Okay, so the most likely suspects are Jeremiah, because you said that he's changed his diet. Is he here today? Is he next door? Maybe I'll ask him in the break.
Yeah, we can.
If he's farting a lot back there. Okay. All right. Well, that's got I think we've been able to, unless it's somebody you would never expect, and there's no way for us to, but just going by the people that we know and how likely they are to really squeeze cheese back there.
Sometimes it's just like, and I'm like, was that the locker door? I'm like, nah, that wasn't the locker door. That's what they want you to think.
That's
Those
not
locker doors.
Yeah,
don't
they're
squeak.
brand new. They're not squeaking. They're tiny little doors. All right, well, good. We're maybe we've figured out a couple of things there then.
So you asked Pat, and
you're not faking all this just to cover up for yourself. I know you could just do it in your room.
Yeah, I don't need to cover up for myself. No one hears me fart.
Okay.
I do silent but deadlies, or I go to the bathroom, which you can't even tell back there because it.
Average human farts 13 to 21 times a day.
The average human. I am an above average human with respect to
In what sense?
In
Just
my gastrointestinal situation.
Does that mean you're farting more?
It means I don't fart here at work.
That would be below average.
When I fart, I'm doing it back there in the bathroom. I ain't doing it in the suite.
No, but you're still farting.
But I don't think it counts when you're going to the bathroom. Well, okay, maybe it does. All right.
It's a fart's
Fine.
fart, man.
Well, we're taught. You said everybody farts all the time.
Yes.
And that's patently false.
But people are farting, and they're trying
That's
to get away
different than
with
what
it.
you said.
Well, I was being a little facetious.
All right, good. All right, well, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna go ask Jeremiah if he's back there farting, and then maybe we'll get to the bottom of it. If you want to text for anything, 35192 to get in here with us, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
or on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
When the world just seems too crazy. Gaze into the eyes of a child, because you'll probably find a booger. And man, is that a hoot. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
I told Jeremiah to stop in here when he got a second. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. Mary Santora is our in-house fish detective, and now Poundcake's going to be our fart detective. But I am relying on him, just relying on the honor system.
But if I was really a dedicated person, I probably would have opened up the door and just let out a big sniff.
A big sniff.
Well, yeah.
Like you were in a museum. Yeah,
he's trying to learn history.
He's out there sniffing history at museums, but he doesn't. I like how he prefaces it by saying, if I was really dedicated, the implication being that he's not.
He's not dedicated.
Well, again, listen, I wouldn't.
Expected.
I also would not expect you to open the door and go, hey, who's out here farting?
Yeah, exactly. When it happens, I'll just be in here, editing something. Sometimes it will be later on, like in the evening, like I'll be doing my podcast, and everyone thinks it's a ghost town around here after 7 p.m. So no one's here, and they just let it rip. Or there's sometimes in between breaks when
it happens so frequently with your door shut and people are farting so loudly that you can hear it through the door as you're doing your podcast.
Yeah.
So you're talking, you're going, hey, Poundcake, blah, blah, R. Kelly. And through that, you can hear someone fart through the door. I'm starting to not believe this. I'm starting to think that you're making this all up.
Okay.
I'm starting to think that you're doing this for clout. For fart clout. Not a fart cloud.
Fart clout.
Fart clout.
I just wanted some airtime.
Good pun.
Mm-hmm.
Wanted some airtime. All right, well, I told him, I said, hey, man, you get a second? Stop on by, and we will get to the bottom of it, and we'll see what's happening. Today's tax day, people are telling me. I thought tax day was April 15th.
It was on the weekend, so they moved it.
Yeah, I thought it was always on a Tuesday.
Don't get me going on taxes, man.
Why? Oh, yours are real complicated because you're an
pain,
LLC now.
Not even the LLC is not the pain in the ass. It's 16 different states that I have to file in.
Oh.
So get this. Last week we were on break. The week before that, 2 weeks ago, I sat down midweek, Tuesday and Wednesday. I didn't have anything going on. So I was like, all right, I'm going to do my taxes. And since COVID, I've done them myself. I've just done them myself on TurboTax, no problems, right? And the only thing that sucks is for me or any other gig workers is getting together all your expenses, all my flights, all my hotels, all my Ubers, everything, categorizing it and tallying it up. That part takes, in and of itself, probably 2 hours.
You don't have a person to do that for you.
No, that's what
TurboTax.
That's what an accountant would do. I'm saying this is before I'm even on the tax site. This is just collecting my deductions.
I'm just saying, as an LLC, you should probably get yourself a tax guy.
I know. So, but what I'm saying is I've never done it before, so it's like I can handle it. I've done it every other year, right? So it took me like 2 hours to get all my deductions together. I sit down, I go through on Tuesday night, I do all my federal. Takes me like 2.5 hours because you got to input everything, blah, 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 whatever. Get all my federal in, ready to go. So the next night I come back, I'm like, all right, I'm going to get this state tax done, and then I can go on vacation, don't have to worry about it. Well, I get 5 states entered on TurboTax, and then they were like, yeah, you've hit the maximum number of states.
Oh.
And I was like, I filed 11 last year. Like, there's no way I hit the maximum number of states with 5.
Do you have to upgrade your TurboTax?
I have the highest one. The TurboTax self-employed is the most expensive one with like the most. And I even got like the tax expert questions add-on that I can like call or message them at any time. And so I called them and I was like, hey, I did my federal already. I'm going to do my state. I hit 5 states and they said that's the max. And the guy was like, yeah, that's all you can do online for free. If you want to download our $250 desktop version, you should be able to do up to 10. And I was like, well, I have 16. And they're like, well, you can do 10 on the desktop version, and then you have to paper file and mail the other 6. And I was like, when did this happen? And I told them, I was like, last year I filed 11. Like, I don't understand where the discrepancy's coming from. Oh, well, with updates to our system and then blah, blah, this is just our new normal. It's different, blah, blah, blah. They're going through it, right? I was like, okay, so after I download the $250 stuff and then I still can't do what I need to do, does all my federal transfer? They said, no, you'd have to start over. I'm like, so the 3 hours I took, not including the 2.5 hours gathering my deductions, the 5.5 hours I put into this is gone. And the guy was basically like, yeah. I'm like, I'm going to kill myself. Like, I was so mad. I was furious. I'm crying. I'm frustrated. I'm like, now what am I going to do? What'd you say?
You got to get a person.
Well, I did, but...
My taxes couldn't be easier, and I have a guy.
Well, yeah, you have one job.
Yes, but I still don't want to do them, so I have a guy.
Yeah. So, well, my whole
We
thing
also
was...
have millions of dollars.
Yeah, that's
I
different,
don't.
too. I've never had a problem with it before. I've done it myself the last 4 years and have never had an issue with it. So I'm leaving to go out of town. I had shows and then I was in Arizona for a week. So I called this guy who's in Berea and he had like really good reviews. And I'm like, there's no way he's going to get me in. Like, there's no way because this was yesterday. And so I went in today and he like put my mind at ease. He filed an extension and he's like, we're going to take care of it. This is really complicated. He was saying the exact same thing. He's like, yeah, at this point you need a guy. I'm glad you have, everything all where it needs to be. But when it gets complicated to this level, it's just much easier to have someone else do it for you. So today I went in this morning and he like filed for my extension and was like, I should have this done for you by the end of the week. But I was so mad because TurboTax doesn't tell you that when you start. They don't say, hey, and I get that most people don't have 20 different states they have to file in, but a little disclaimer, like, hey, looks like you are a gig worker. If you're filing in multiple states, just so you know, the cap is 5, so that way you don't get in there 2.5 hours later, I was really mad.
Sounds like it.
That's infuriating. Because if you would have told me that, I wouldn't have even wasted my time doing your stupid website.
I know, it makes me mad that women can work too.
Isn't it crazy? That I'm out here working in all these different states and you're here in Cleveland.
So because of all that, you have to wait to do them until the last minute?
I have to wait because literally April, I think it was 8th, I got a tax return from another comedy club.
Right.
So it's either I wait until 10 days before.
Well, I was going to say, I would think that you would automatically just file an extension every year.
No, I don't because sometimes I usually wait until the beginning of April. And then if I don't, whatever I don't have by the beginning of April, I'm just not claiming your money. That's on you. You didn't get it to me in time. But yeah, I was super, super aggravated. And I didn't know if anybody else, obviously that's a pretty rare case, gig workers and stuff. But I
think of the people
so
in our
mad.
audience traveling in 16 states.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably not.
I completely understand. As someone who
No,
has,
you don't.
I have very simple taxes, and I just have multiple jobs. And every time I do my taxes, I'm like, I'm going to jail. every time I hit that button, it's like, are you sure? Do you know everything in here is accurate to the best of your knowledge? I was like, but I don't know that much.
To the best of my knowledge.
To the best of your knowledge. Yeah, you're not lying. I mean,
my knowledge is limited.
I'm like, I'm going to
jail. To the best of your knowledge, right. Because you have your morning job, you have this, and you have DJ wettings.
Yep, and see, this year I only did one event last year, so I don't think I had to do a tax return on that. But this year, for like when I file next year for this year, oh goodness, it's gonna be because I'm gonna make more, and I'm gonna have 3 jobs to have a tax return for, and yeah, it's gonna be like, are you sure? Yep, and then IRS.
Yeah, you know how they come to the door and knock?
Yeah, for
Hello,
$700.
Right. You owe us
You'll get a letter.
and 15 cents.
For real though, that's how
Really
that's how some of my state returns go. I'll go through, and each state is different. So all the questions that they ask you are like each state has different questions, and some of them are so off the rails. Well, and I'm just pulling one out of my ass here, but it was like if you live in the state of California for more than 2 months near a railroad track, please check this button. And you're just like, what the hell does any of this have to do with anything?
If nothing else, they absolutely need to simplify the tax code no matter where you live.
Well,
a buddy of mine who lives out in L.A., he said that there's only 3. There are 58 counties in the state of California, and only 3 of them need to file their taxes by today. He's one of those. Every other county has until October because of all the river storms that swept the entire state of California. All of those, those cloud rivers or whatever they call them, like, it just keep raining and raining. Basically, almost the entire state of California has until October to file their taxes because of that, because it just screwed so many things up.
I went in today and I had my notebook sheet of paper with all my deductions on it. But I had all my returns are alphabetized. My Ohio is kept separate because, that's the state I live in. So there's different stipulations.
Now, do you file it under O for Ohio or H for home?
Oh, R for residence.
She doesn't have to do anything. She's got a guy now.
Yeah.
But I took it into him, and he goes, all right, do you have all of your deductions? And I just handed him a sheet of notebook paper that said 2022 tax deductions. It's like,
here's
listed.
all my deductions.
And I told him, I go, I know this does not look official at all. But
Right.
I was like, but I promise you, I have a system, and I go through, and he goes, listen, whatever works. He goes, I never try to put my clients into a bubble. If you have a system that works for you.
And he'll read the fine print.
Yeah.
You're probably not reading the fine print.
And he's done it for so long, he knows this, that, or the other. Like in years prior, I was only deducting 50% of my cell phone bill. And right off the bat, he was like, do you use your cell phone for more than 60% of your work? And I'm like, well, social media, emails, like
You can
any of
deduct
that. I can, because I'm running ads on Facebook and Instagram and things like that, because that's my business, is through comedy. And all of my social medias are connected to my business account. And so he was like, yeah, we can deduct 100% of your phone.
Yeah, you got some pretty sweet loopholes there.
Yeah. But
back in the day, they would tell us in radio that we supposedly had all these loopholes. They're like, oh, you can deduct this is a long time ago, your magazine subscriptions, and you can deduct your cable bill. And you get, no, you can't. Yeah, because you use them all for work. I go, yeah, but good luck walking into H&R Block and telling them that you're going to write off your cable bill and your phone bill.
Well, he asked me how much my internet
audited
was.
with the quickness.
He goes, what do you pay for internet every year or every month? Because if you can't use your internet, then you can't do your job, So he was already like on it with that.
And that's true of most people now, too. The internet's not it hasn't been a luxury in a long time. People need it.
Yeah.
To get things done and to operate their lives.
I really don't know how city taxes work. Does that come out of your, out of your checks, or do you have to file? Because, when I lived in Akron and I worked in Akron, I don't remember doing a tax return for Akron.
No,
honestly.
it's only for municipalities that don't have any way to collect it themselves. You got to pay RETA.
But how do you know that?
By the way, because you get a thing from them.
You get a letter in the mail. It's like, hey, you owe $19.
You owe this, yeah. Because they used to do, when we worked in Independence, they collect taxes from us for that. I thought when we moved downtown to Cleveland, that was going to go away, but it did not go away. Let me give you some money here. Let's forget about deducting money. Let's add some to yours. It's $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Happy. That's happy. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Well, this is going to be a transition from happy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Hey, I don't know if you follow our buddy Joe Thomas on social media.
Yeah.
But very sad day for Joe Thomas and the family. They had to put down their dog yesterday. They had a 15-year-old black lab named Maddie that he got after his rookie season with the Browns, and they had to put their dog down yesterday. My wife pointed out that today is our dog's, do they call it a gotcha day? The day that you got your dog. Yeah. Everybody's got all these cutesy little phrases for pets. That today, in 2011, is the day that we got our dog, June Carter Cox. She's an Australian Shepherd. She just turned 12 this February. She shares her birthday with Bill. That's how I never forget Bill Squire's birthday, because he shares it with our dog. Now, here's Joe Thomas putting down his 15-year-old black lab. That's a hardy dog. I don't know if the dog had any extenuating circumstances. I don't know. But that's a good run for a dog. But then I start thinking about my dog just turned 12. And she's not slowing down at all. But that could happen. There could be a cascading effect. Sometimes you have a dog that's up and running and everything's great. And then just something happens and it all goes downhill very, very quickly. So then I start doing the math after I see Joe Thomas's tweet. I start doing the math on our dog. I go, well, how much does she probably realistically have left? You can't count on a dog. Some people have had dogs that they've literally grown up with. Some people have had dogs that have lived for a long, long time. Long time. But even at 15, I think you're pushing the upper end of how long a dog can reasonably be expected to live. And our dog just turned 12. So, listen, I've had a couple of dogs in my adulthood. They have gone to exes upon our split. So I've never had to deal with a dog dying or being put down. So the dog that we have now, let's say she gets another 3 years. Our daughter will be 10. I will be, there's simply no way to know how old I'll be.
So old.
But the point is, this dog that we have now, our Aussie, this will be the first dog that I've ever had to deal with dying. And so I don't look forward to that. You know, a lot of people have experience in, Carlin said it best, life is a series of dogs. And a lot of people have years of experience of saying goodbye to animals. You know, when Mary's cat dies.
I'm going to be a train wreck.
Whatever. It's a cat.
No.
But
I'm
the
gonna
point
be an
is.
absolute mess when that cat dies.
Nevertheless, how old is your cat?
She's 9 this year. So I've still got like 11 years left. Cats live forever.
Oh, they do.
Dude, they can be like house cats. You're talking, they say like 15 to 18 is the usual age for a house cat, but they can go up to like 25.
Because there's no pressure on the
Because
system.
they don't do anything.
They don't do
sleep.
anything. Okay, Jeremiah's here. I want to talk to him about something that we were discussing
Is this an
at
intervention?
the top of the
It is.
show. It's not an intervention, but I need to clarify something. So Poundcake was saying, because he's back there in the corner studio.
Yeah.
And he was saying that allegedly through his door, he can hear people going in and out of their lockers and farting. And so I had him read the numbers on the bottom row because he said it's somebody who's back
The
there.
names.
Yeah.
Names. Has to be in the afternoon.
Uh-huh.
Has to be somebody he says is bending down because he doesn't see him. Now, I think I take him at 50-50 that he actually hears this.
Uh-huh.
But as you know, our studios are not airtight. So he hears it. Now, Bill mentioned, when we were trying to come up with the usual suspects here, Bill mentioned that Jeremiah was looking better due to a change in his diet. And so I said, is it
But you
Jeremiah that's back
You've
there
lost some
farting?
weight, right?
Yeah, I've lost a few pounds.
Yeah.
Trying to eat a lot.
Like
Eat
20?
I see you
30?
eating.
like 20 something. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're asking, am I the farter? No,
Are you the farter?
I
One
save
of
it all
them.
for the studio. I'm in there by myself.
Right, you leave it in
All
there.
those
Yeah.
protein shakes, not one's leaking out.
The veg gets the guts acting up a little bit better. But no, I actually don't use my locker that much anymore.
Okay.
I was gonna say because Jeremiah does pop in when he is back there. He's one of the few people that will just come knock on my door and just say something.
Right,
or,
Jeremiah will knock on your door and say, "Hey, what's going on?" Right,
Yeah,
and
he
it
would do
seems,
it.
but I thought perhaps maybe that was his way.
Couldn't
of-
possibly be me.
Right,
I say hi.
of glossing it over.
Yeah.
Of glossing it over. Okay, so you and
Listen,
I'll take you.
I have no
I'll take you at
recollection.
your word.
And it does
Of
make
any of
sense that
that.
you would just fart in the studio since you are there by
Yeah.
yourself.
Yeah, but you never know when it's gonna kind of rise up, right? I mean, you can't.
I have
That's the
hold it.
old Cavs slogan. It's let them know now.
Now it's let them know. Right.
But if you hold it in, that's how you get cancer, right?
yeah,
think so.
You gotta let
Oh,
it.
fart cancer.
You
Yeah.
it's
gotta let
science.
you let it
Uh-huh.
loose.
Oh, I'm gonna die then.
Fart your farts. Fart your farts.
Yeah, you got to do that.
That's written somewhere, isn't it?
It's mine.
That's a Bill Squire original.
Yeah.
You got to fart your
I knew
farts.
it.
Gotta fart them.
Okay, so how do we determine who it is then? Because I'm just trying to, in due deference to, I'm not going to put it at Leanne's feet.
No, she's too classy for that.
That's
We all
what
said
I
that.
said.
Uh-huh.
It's not going to be Olivia.
Now here's the thing,
It
though.
might be the traffic people that I don't know.
I think
How-
it's Tom Moore.
Jake, yeah.
But he doesn't have a lower locker.
But maybe it's
Why
an
does it-
escape route.
Yes,
have to
I
have
was
a
just
lower
going to say that. Why does it have to be someone's locker? Why can't they
Because
just
Poundcake
be...
said it's somebody bending over to get stuff out of their locker.
it's someone
Okay, I
out
can
of
bend
my-
over in front of any locker I want if I want to let it fart out.
Oh, so you're saying that that's
Yeah.
the
That's
way to do it.
the fart corner?
Just saying.
Right, but aren't you going to get caught back in the corner,
No,
bending
if you
over
just act
with
like
no
you're going
locker?
back there, just farting. No one's paying attention except for Poundcake, and all he's just hearing the farts. He's not seeing the faces.
And how long does it take? What are you 3 seconds
Half a
tops?
3 seconds?
I told you, a lot of
One,
fiber in my diet.
2, 3. That's a
He does
long,
have
a 3
a
count
lot
fart.
of specific details about farts that
Wow.
is making him seem more guilty than he
I
originally
can't confirm
was.
or deny whether I took a law class in college, so I could just be. It could be a whole. What's the word? Peruse? Nope. I don't.
It
do
could
words.
be a ruse.
A ruse.
A ruse.
peruse.
Yes.
A peruse.
And you don't need law school for that.
Could be a look over.
All right,
be.
then you're off the hook.
Okay.
All right, thank you,
You guys don't
Jeremiah.
believe me
There's-
at all. All right.
Yeah, of course we do. Again, I said I was going to take you at your word.
I didn't
and
think
so
it
I'm
was
taking-
Jeremiah.
What if I walk out and just give like a little?
Yeah,
would've
leave us with
Squeaker?
one.
Yeah.
Right,
That'd been
okay.
amazing.
Jeremiah Show.
He's funny as hell. I love him.
96.5.
Kiss FM.
There's our buddy Jeremiah, who we have determined is not the farter. At least if we take him at his word, which means who is. Now, if you guys are introducing the theory that random people are going into that corner to fart,
Might be.
you just blew my mind.
Why not?
Because why wouldn't you go down to the loo and just do it and take care of business?
They left their card at their desk and they don't want to go back.
Or maybe they don't want to leave the suite. They just want to.
This place is like 15 feet by 15 feet. Right. What do you mean left their card at their
People are
desk?
lazy, sir.
Wow,
You know
they
that.
are.
And maybe this is part of Bob Pittman's new initiative to get people more active in the workplace. So you go, hey, get up, move to the locker, take a fart, and then
more active in the workplace.
Yeah.
He wants people in the building more. So this is part of it. Get those farts going.
No more remote work. We want you. We don't want you farting at home. We want you farting at work.
We want you farting here.
Right. At iFart Media Cleveland.
People
That's
are saying
where
we should
want
bring in
you.
Leanne and ask her the same question.
I was going to bring everybody in, but she's not in there. I was going to bring everybody
I don't think
in.
she comes until 3.
Well, I like Leanne. I don't want to. She doesn't have time for my mess.
What if she
doesn't.
came in and she was like, yeah, it's me every day?
Well, that would be amazing.
It's me.
Yeah.
I'm the farter. It's me.
That would be wild if she copped to that. But I'm not even going to ask her because she's too classy and she always smells great, like you said, and looks good. You know, you can't have that country music audience, Mary, thinking that you're randomly farting. They don't cotton to that. And if you ain't for it, you're again it. And they won't put up with that. Random farting for country music. Come on. All right, well, anyway, I don't know if he was the likeliest suspect, and I only zeroed in on that because Bill mentioned the change in his diet. And so it seemed like a home run. But I remain, as I assume we all do, vexed. I got to take a break. I will have those government mule tickets for you, like Warren Haynes and company. They're coming back to Cleveland. They're a great live band, so if you want to go see them, I'll hook it up on the way.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 W. WMMS, Cleveland.
Time to give stuff away.
All right, so return of Warren Haynes and Government Mule. The Mule is back in Cleveland. It's going to happen Tuesday, May the 9th at Temple Live at the Cleveland Masonic. Tickets, info, everything else, MasonicCleveland.com. The details. A 2 for you to see the Mule back here in Cleveland. Good luck. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
To all our men and women in uniform,
I've been a lifelong fan, 20 years in the military, come back, and to find your afternoon show is f***ing horrible.
thanks from the Alan Cox Show
Horrible.
on 100.7 WMMS.
$35192 when I got a text in. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live. Thank you so much to Buckets McWin for helping out back there in the video department today. Got a big announcement today at 3:30. If you are watching the live stream, you already know what it is. But I will have very excited about it. I hope that you will be too. It's the return of something big that has been gone for some time. No, not the humor on this show.
Hey.
Something else.
Never coming back.
Nope.
Hey, Cavs basketball is going to happen tonight in Cleveland on the Buzzard. Wasn't going to be the case, but since there's a guards doubleheader down the hall today, you're going to get Knicks Cavs tonight on MMS. 7:30 is your tip-off over at the Romo Fijo. 7 o'clock is Cavs live pregame. The Knicks, of course, lead the series by 1 game.
Got them just where we want them.
This is, of course, best of 2.
No.
So the
That doesn't
Cavs.
make any sense.
I'm sorry? the Cavs.
Then they're both out with a tie if they each get one.
The Cavs really need to win tonight. You know, you'll hear them say, is this a must-win game? The old Brian Regan bit.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a must-win game? Yes, it very much is tonight. Knicks can't look at Game 2 against the Cavs as a house money freebie anymore. That's your sports headline in the New York Post. Knicks can't come to Cleveland assuming that they're going to steamroll Baron Davis and the Cleveland Cavaliers.
No.
It's just not going to happen. He's not going to steamroll Jared Allen or Evan Mobley or Johnny Mobley or Frank Mobley.
Well,
I think those guys are all on the Cavs.
There are 2 Mobleys.
Darius Garland. The brothers Mobley are on the Cavs.
Yeah. Evan and Isaiah.
Donovan Mitchell and the Cleveland Cavaliers. They're going to have guys probably coming off the bench. You're probably going to see Robin Lopez in there. You're going Dean Wade is going to get some time
get some
tonight.
time, yeah.
Right? Ricky Rubio, Karis LeVert. All these guys could get called up. You're going to see Lamar Stevens out there? Hells yes. You will.
Maybe.
Dylan Windler, he is
likely.
already polishing up his shoes to get out there and do some damage. So anyway, tonight, MMS, Cavs, Knicks at 7:30.
I'll be there, and I'm going to the game.
That's exciting.
Just found out. I dressed like I was going to the game. I got a Donovan Mitchell jersey on. I'm wearing his signature shoes.
They say dress for the job you want.
Right. I was
And you
manifesting.
did.
I walked in, and our boss, Rob Anthony's like, hey, you going to the game? And I was like,
You
no,
said,
I
I just shopped there.
I just dressed like I am. He's like, well, you want to go? And I was like, yes, absolutely.
Now, is the
It's
catch that you have to go with him?
That's no catch.
Oh.
I like Rob. We have a good time together.
Oh, so you are going with him?
I am going with him now. Yeah.
You're his +1.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
Oh,
he-
Rob, I love you so much. Thank you for taking me to the Cavs game. I'm going to kiss your butt.
No, I like Rob too. I just didn't know.
Oh, my name's Ellen. I also like Rob.
All right.
All right. Well, Mary,
What?
you do not like our boss?
No,
Is
I
that
love
what
him.
you're
He's
saying?
great, but he's never
well-
taken me to a Cavs game.
Well, you don't
I've
dress
liked-
like you wanted to go to a Cavs
I
game.
look like I've never looked more like I want to go to a Cavs game.
She has her Cleveland Browns.
Guardians.
Is it the Guardians? She has her
Yeah.
Cleveland Guardians toque on, whatever the hell that is.
You wouldn't look at my hat
Winter
and be
cap.
like, oh, that's a sport team. She probably enjoys it. I should ask her to go.
Well, you hate basketball.
Sport team.
I
Hey,
don't
want to
hate
go see a
basketball.
sport team?
I don't hate basketball that's free.
Are you up in Loudville or you got good seats?
As of right now, we're in Loudville, but he did say that he's trying to get us better tickets.
Good luck with that.
See what
All right.
happens. He's connected. You know, he's only been in this town for a little while, but he's been making moves, making friends, making connections.
He's a smart dude.
He is. He's very good at what he does.
I have been through, in my time here at WMMS, I have been through a total of 4 program directors in 13 years, and I've liked all of them because they check the one box I need checked. Leave me alone.
Mm-hmm.
And they've checked that box. Bo Matthews is the one who hired me. And then we had Chris Tyler.
Yeah.
Who went back to Boston. Jason Carr.
You're forgetting Keith Abrams was the program director for a stint.
Well, but he was already the operations manager, so
But
that's
he was
just
technically
him.
also.
Yeah, okay.
So now it's
so
5.
Sass Keith
Yeah.
was also 5 program directors.
Now, I do remember him coming and sitting in our office one time and being like, "So what you guys got cooking today?" And you just turned over and like, "A show."
Is that what I said?
like he was like gonna throw some ideas out because it was like the first day that he was officially the program director.
I see.
In the loop.
He knows better than that.
And he comes in, he's like, "Yeah, they got this parade coming up." It was
Yeah.
around the time of the perfect season, the 0-16
for the Browns.
And he's like, "What's going on with this?" But he's like, "What are you guys gonna talk about?" And you're just like, "Yeah, we got it, bud." Like, not so like
He
you're
was
like,
probably screwing around, right? I mean, he knew better than that.
I don't know. It seemed like he wanted to get in there and chop it up with us.
Be
a
with the
little bit
boys.
and be like,
I get it.
And you're just like, "No, we got
Guys,
it.
I'm
We'll
not
be all
just a
right."
suit.
Yeah.
Yeah. He got a good gig, too. He's out in Portland.
Yeah, I still talked with
Yeah.
Abrams from. I talked to Bo Matthews the other day too.
Oh, how's he doing?
He's doing good. He's out in Sacramento, I believe.
I think Alex Angelo is like a big deal now.
He's
his
still out
kid.
there grinding, man. He's
Yeah.
doing festivals and shows and stuff.
But he signed with like a major label or something,
Good.
I think.
I haven't talked to Keith since I have his number and everything, but I haven't talked to him since he like left here. But we're still friends on like social media, and every so often.
Friends? Really?
Well, we are.
You haven't talked to him in 2 years?
I'm saying we're friends on social media.
I know.
And it's
Air
just
quotes.
it's so funny because I'll see my past bosses look at my stories. Like I'll see Chris Tyler every so often. I'm like, why are you interested in what I'm doing? Not that he can't, but I'm just curious. Like, oh, I wonder what he thought
Just
about that.
shows up on his feed. I'm sure he's not like seeking you
No,
out.
he is. He's going to my page and
specifically
clicking on my Orange Theory pictures and like, wow, he certainly looks different from when I saw him. He's buff now.
And Jason Carr was just in town last week too, and I was trying to meet up with him but just was too busy.
Yeah, I haven't. He showed up at one of my Cox outs.
Yeah,
and I'll go with him shortly.
We've been lucky to have some real good program directors.
Yes, because I've had some real bad program directors.
I've heard nightmare stories about program directors
in my
and
career. Yes,
like you said, they pretty much just leave us alone.
Leave me alone, and
then
we'll
in
get
my
along
case,
just
take me to baseball or basketball games.
What is?
See, you don't even know what sport you're going to tonight. You might as well take me, Rob. I'm more fun.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
How are you more fun?
At a basketball game? You
well,
don't
now
even
you've
like the sport.
Well, now you've dropped the gauntlet, though. So when the opportunity comes for you to do this, you damn well better be fun.
We could
And
have
that's
hot dog eating contests. We could throw popcorn into each other's mouths.
That sounds really fun. This sounds more like you and Brian having fun.
Doesn't mean Rob.
Than you and the boss
Brian doesn't
having
even eat
fun.
meat. You
Okay,
don't know
fine.
anything about my life.
You can have my ticket. Go.
You don't know where your boyfriend went to high school.
That doesn't mean anything. What does it have to do with having fun at a basketball game?
All right, but no, Mary, you can go.
I don't want to go. I wasn't asked.
I just said you can have my ticket.
I need Rob to ask me. I don't need you to ask
A
me.
girl likes to be asked.
And at this point, it's the damage is done.
You don't even want to
Stick
go.
your head
Never.
out there and go, hey, Rob,
No.
can Mary
He
go to
already
the
left.
game? He'll go,
Rob
yeah, I
already
don't
left
care.
for the day without even a second glance.
He doesn't go. He doesn't care who goes with him.
No,
Go.
I'm taking
Give
his
your
wife's
ticket.
ticket.
Right. Give your ticket to Mary for the game tonight.
I can't. I have to go to the gym tonight.
It's best of 2, Mary.
I know.
You got to be there tonight.
This is a must-win game.
You're going to you can't go because you're going to the gym?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then you couldn't go anyway.
Well, I'm just
Then if
saying.
Rob had asked you, you would have had to have said no thank you.
I
You
would
like
cancel the
options.
gym.
But it's
still
not an
give you that
option.
Rob asked me, I would've
Go
canceled
spend
she's
some
already
quality time with your boss.
If she's already going
No.
to the gym, then it's not an option.
It's like
Whatever.
when
You don't like to spend quality time with your boss.
I don't like to be overlooked. I work harder than anybody else on this show.
I don't like to. I've never liked hanging out with bosses. By the way,
Yeah?
It's too, I see people like trying to be pals with their boss because eventually they will come to you and say you're fired. And I don't, why do I want it? Well, he's my boss,
but you know what?
he's my pal. No, you're not my pal.
Because
as long as we get along, as long as we have a good relationship, it's all I need. I don't need to be friends with the boss. This is a very social business, and I get that. Don't need to be pals with the boss.
Yeah, but I got four former bosses that work in good markets that can be like, what you got in your area?
What, would you get fired?
If I got fired, and be like, I'd hit up, first person I'd hit up is probably Jason Carr.
Uh-huh. Are you going to move to Florida?
Yeah.
Yeah, for 27 grand. That'd be a great life.
Oh, it'd be fantastic.
It's about what I made last
You
year,
get
dude.
paid in sunshine.
You can live on the hog.
If I were to leave and go to Portland, I'd fit right in because
you can leave any time, right? You're not.
I'm saying I
Hit
would
up
fit
Sask.
right in.
He's in his proper space anyway out there in Portland. A lot of Sasquatches out there.
There's a lot of tent cities over there. That's exactly where I would live there. It's so expensive.
You live in a tent city.
That is out of all.
Or
the
do you
cities
mean you
I've-
would live? Are you trying to say that you would live with intensity? Because I'll tell you what, that's a great way to live. It's a great way to live.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the most homeless city I've ever been in my entire life.
All right. Alan, how dare you talk about an ex-Browns player's dog dying and not mention the actual former Browns player who died? Because I don't remember that guy, and that's on me, a guy named Chris Smith. He's died very young. He played for a bunch of teams over the course of his career, but he played with Joe Thomas on the Cleveland Browns. Chris Smith is dead at the age of 31. Young man. Doesn't say how that happened. Drew Rosenhaus was his agent, so he had really good representation. But he played for the Browns 3 or 4 years ago. Played for the Bengals, the Jaguars, the Panthers, the Rangers. He played for a lot of teams.
But
a solid career. Yeah, he bounced around. An NFL defensive end named Chris Smith. Do you remember Chris Smith?
I do not remember Chris Smith.
I don't either.
He was not like a prominent player.
He's from North Carolina, and he played for the Browns. They signed a 3-year deal with him and cut him after 1 season. So he got paid for 2 more years from the Cleveland Browns, and then he went to the Carolina Panthers.
It's likely that he didn't have a guaranteed contract, so my guess is they paid him for the year he played, and that's it. Because that's how football contracts go, unless you get that guaranteed money.
He played in 16 games, and then he was waived after that 1 season.
Yep.
All right. But it doesn't say how he died. They always kind of play that close to the vest. But it was just a couple of years ago. He was playing in the XFL. He just signed with Seattle in the XFL. If you happen to have been clicking around and stumbled onto an XFL game.
I actually watched some, I think, Saturday or Sunday. I don't remember which day.
It can be
was
fun.
on. It was fun because I was watching the DC Defenders play the Arlington Aardvarks or whatever they are. I don't know what their team is. But they have all these little loopholes at the end of games to keep things very competitive. So you can go for a 1 point, a 2 point, or a 3 point conversion. They don't kick extra points, so you have to throw it or run it in. And then instead of an onside kick at the end of the game, you can do a 4th and 15 play where it's basically 4th down and you have to make a play that gets you 15 yards, and then you keep the ball and you can go and try and score again.
There's a guy that we used to work with here who has since moved on, but he is a huge DC Defenders fan.
Really?
He's like texting me when they have like their backer parties and stuff. And I'm like, I'll come out to one of these. It just hasn't worked out yet. There are 8 XFL teams. Chris Smith just signed like a month ago with the Seattle Sea Dragons. And it wasn't long ago, it was only about a couple of years ago, that his girlfriend and baby mama got hit by a car and killed after getting out of his car. He had hit a median, she got out of the car, and a passing car hit her and killed her. So that's bad news. But anyway, I don't know how Chris Smith died, but there you go for that person that was put off by me mentioning Joe Thomas's dog dying. Speaking of dogs and staying with the Cleveland Browns, they want you to design the new dog logo for the Cleveland Browns. Are you tired of seeing that? What's that dog in the dog pound dog?
Bruiser?
What's not the name? What kind of dog is it?
It's like a bulldog,
hell's
like
the
a bull
dog's
mastiff.
name?
I believe it's a bull mastiff.
All right, there you go.
What's the dog's name?
Grinder.
No, it's not Bruiser. It's not Grinder. It's
Doggo.
No, it is not Doggo.
Is it Cleveland
It's something
Brown?
junior though. It's
Doggo Junior.
Not Doggo
Grinder
Junior.
Junior.
No.
Ruffalo.
Don't look it up.
Mark
Don't-
Ruffalo.
I'm not looking it up.
Mark Ruffalo.
No.
It's not Mark Ruffalo Jr.
Chomps.
The dog.
Is it Chomps?
Chomps. Chomps?
Swagger.
Swagger. That's what it is.
I didn't even look it up.
Yeah, you did.
Liar.
I did. Looked it up. Swagger, the Cleveland Browns' beloved bull mastiff mascot, has passed away. That was February of 2020.
Yeah. And that was.
Oh, so they want an actual new dog, not just a logo. 'cause
No,
this
his
is a
his
dead
son
dog.
was doing the honors for a while.
Swagger Jr.?
He had a Swagger Jr. And now they want a new dog logo, I guess.
A new dog logo. You can submit your own. clevelandbrowns.com/dog logo.
Going to put a picture of Whoopsie up there.
There you go.
Do that.
Yeah.
I'm
Have
gonna
somebody
submit my cat.
have Leslie render Whoopsie
She
as a
already
logo.
did. I'll do the one that
As
she
a
gave
logo.
me, that my girlfriend gave me for Christmas with a Whoopsie in her butthole.
Yeah. Oh God. I don't know if they're
I'm gonna
looking for new
submit that.
butthole logos,
I'm gonna
but
submit
that. There you go. Yeah, send that to the Cleveland Browns. It's the Cleveland Browns, after all.
Yeah,
Here's my
right.
dog's
Nice clean butthole.
butthole. Starting Thursday, April the 20th. Wow. They're getting right to it. Starting this Thursday, you can vote. So if you still want to submit something, hop to clevelandbrowns.com/dog logo.
He was supposed to have attitude. Sunglasses.
Can we put him in more of a hip-hop context?
Forget context. He's got to be a surfer. Give me a nice schmear of surfer.
I feel we should Rastify him by 10% or so.
Those are all great ideas for the new Swagger the Third. Is Swagger Jr. still alive?
I think so.
Oh, okay. Brownie was the team's original mascot.
Elf.
That's the elf, yeah.
Right. But the Browns mascot most commonly known was Chomps the dog.
See, I knew there was a Chomps in there. Because Chomps is the one that's in the mascot, like the costume, mascot costume.
But also, it begs the question, and I'm sure there are lifelong fans who know the answer to this, and I'll have to claim ignorance on this. Why a dog is the mascot?
Because of the dog pound that came to be in the 80s.
Right, but why?
You can't have an elf pound.
Well, but why a dog pound?
Because they were saying that they were dogs.
Why not an elf pound, by the
guys
way?
like Hanford Dixon were barking at the other team, and that was like their go-to thing.
Okay.
And
so Hanford
created
Dixon
this.
started barking at people.
Yes.
If he had pranced around in curly shoes, it could have been the elf pound.
Could have been the elf pound.
Oh, boy, it's a missed opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Really missed opportunity.
And we were talking about adopting pets earlier. You got your day for your elf. You go get him, bring him home.
I see.
Who saved who, you know?
Right. Yeah, indeed. Okay. So there's he started barking at people, and they said, well, I guess that's where the dog pound is.
Here's what it says on Wikipedia.
Yeah.
The dog pound started during the 1985 training camp at Lakeland Community College in Kirtland. Dixon and fellow cornerback Frank Midfield started the idea of the pound by using the dog versus cat relationship between the quarterback and the defense.
Dude's name was Frank Midfield.
Minfield.
Midfield?
Minnie.
I swear we're saying the same thing. Midfield?
Minnifiel.
Midfield. Like midwax?
Like Minifield.
Midfield.
Midwife.
There's no mid. Min.
Midfield is that? Okay, well, get those dog logos in. clevelandbrowns.com/dog logo.
Still have never seen a Browns dog.
One more side, feel like that. One more side, just a cat. No dog in me.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and
favorite shows.
It's time to give stuff away. Hey, hey, it's free stuff for you.
All right, I think probably the wildest tour that's going out on the road this year is Baby Metal and Death Clock, the band from Metalocalypse over there on Adult Swim. They've got a movie coming out later this year. They're calling it the Baby Clock Tour. If you are into baby metal, Japanese band, 3 young ladies and some killer players behind them. Both of them doing a co-headlining run and bring them to Cleveland on September the 6th at the world-famous Agora. That's a Wednesday night, along with support from virtuoso guitarist Jason Richardson. You got to have a live person there. Tickets, info, all that at axs.com. Want to get to the Baby Clock Tour? Be caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Now we come to a very important section. One that everyone dreads, or is embarrassed by, or tries to avoid completely.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
I got another $1,000 for you in about 10 minutes, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. And then I got a big old announcement for you right around 3:30 that I'm excited to tell you about. If you're watching the live stream, you know what it is. And I won't have full details for you, but I'll give you a little bit of a taste, a little bit of a tease, a little bit of a way for you to get in and blah, blah, blah. If you are, I mentioned Metalocalypse has a film coming, a full-length film called Army of the Doomstar that is coming later this year. I didn't see a release date for it, but they've got an all-star cast, boy. They've got Mark Hamill and Kirk Hammett, John Hamm, Amy Lee of Evanescence, King Diamond, no less, Malcolm McDowell, Lorraine Newman, many, many more. So if you're a fan of Death Clock and Metalocalypse, the movie is coming out, I think this fall, but I'll have those Baby Clock tickets for you all week. Cavaliers on the Buzzard tonight. They're going to be playing the New York Knickerbockers at 7:30 tonight here at the Romo Fijo. It's 1-0 Knicks right now, so the Cavs can tie it up tonight. A couple of people texting me in the break, 35192, that they used to be the Canton Bulldogs in the 1900s, and that's probably where. That combined with Hanford Dixon. He wasn't on the Canton Bulldogs, right? He's not that old.
He's not that old. No.
Yeah, that was early 1900. Okay. What if Hanford Dixon had started meowing at people? Well, that's an alternate universe. I mean, in the Cleveland Browns cinematic universe, who knows what would have happened there?
Wouldn't it be
in the
CBCU?
CBCU?
Dog pound? It'd be the
Pussy Patrol? The Cat Corral would probably be a little bit closer to what they would have called it, but who knows what would have happened had that, the news coverage alone would have been amazing.
Broward Sheriff's deputies arrest a man who they say has more pussy than he can handle. I'm Kathleen Corsa with that story coming up on Channel 6 Action News.
Also, thank you to Ron, who sent me. Did he send this to both of us?
He sent it to me.
The rhino fart?
It's so good. It's a good fart.
We started the show, if you're just joining us, and I certainly didn't intend to go in a flatulent direction, but Poundcake mentioned just offhandedly that he was hearing people outside his studio there by the jock lockers really blowing off, and that he was able to hear it through his somewhat poorly soundproof door. We hauled Jeremiah from Kiss FM in here because he seemed to be a likely suspect, given the fact that his diet has changed recently, but he assured us it wasn't him, and I take him at his word. He's a brother in broadcasting. But somebody sent us a clip of a documentary. If you're watching the live stream, you'll see it here. Clip of a documentary with a guy sitting there having a chat, and there's a rhino right behind him who really lets one go.
Speaking, I've been here for a very long time. I've been with this northern white rhino for...
Who's that? Do you know whose farce is that?
That is my Jean.
Okay.
She always make a long one.
Why does she ask him, do you know whose fart that was? He's sitting in front of a giant reclining rhino. Do you know whose fault that was?
Been here for a very long time. Have been with this northern white kind of for.
It's so sloppy.
Well, it is a rhinoceros.
It's
explosive.
That would probably make me throw up.
Well, this guy's probably used to it. I mean, he's working with all kinds of wildlife, right?
Yeah.
He's like a park ranger or something.
What are you doing?
Besides laying down in a public space.
Nothing. I'm just finishing my latest obit, and I just feel like, it's really good energy here.
The couch in the hallway by the bulletin board where people come to fart?
Yep, exactly.
Anybody watch that show? It's called Not Dead Yet.
No.
It's surprisingly very funny.
What is it? I never even heard of it.
Yeah, it's one of those shows that gets suggested to you when you're watching Hulu, because we've been watching Ghosts, because it's a show we can all watch.
Mm-hmm.
And it suggested this show called Not Dead Yet. It's a CBS sitcom. I don't even know when it's on. I don't know when anything's on anymore, because we can watch whatever we want whenever we want. And it's Gina Rodriguez, who used to be in a show called Jane the Virgin, which I never watched, but it was a big show at the time. And this girl, Hannah Simone, who used to be in New Girl. Remember Hannah Simone?
Yeah.
Super, super foxy. She was supposed to be in the Greatest American Hero reboot, but that got killed. Anyway, she's in this show. It's about a girl.
She was Cece.
She was Cece. New Girl is now on Hulu, too.
Yeah. It's off of Netflix. It's on New Girl, it's on Hulu and Peacock.
Beautiful.
We just finished it up on Netflix, and we're like, oh, we made it just in time, and then it's on 2 other streaming services that we already have.
Well, there was apparently a book a very popular book with You Live, Laugh, Love types. Brian's probably got it on the bookshelf. Mm-hmm. It's called Confessions of a 40-Year-Old F-Up or something. They adapted that into a show called Not Dead Yet, where this girl writes obituaries for a paper and sees the dead people and is having conversations with them. So it's an opportunity to have a bunch of guest stars playing dead people like Martin Mull.
That's fun.
Ohio's Own. It's a surprisingly well-done show. But I don't know that anybody knows about it. There's a handful of very good traditional sitcoms that are on, but I don't think anybody's watching them. And that's one of them.
There's just so many
but
shows
Chef
to
recommends.
watch, and then everybody just watches the shows they've already watched again and again and again.
Well, for a long time, for me, it was Seinfeld, obviously. But I've seen them all a billion times.
Mm-hmm.
But when we were in Sedona, because our time was kind of screwed up, because we were 3 hours ahead of, time difference, we'd be waking up at 5 in the morning. And we'd all be waking up at 5 in the morning. And we'd be going to bed at 9 o'clock at night. And so in the morning, we would watch just kind of when we're lying around, right? And it's still chilly out. Nothing's really getting going yet. In the morning, we got into a semi-habit of watching Scrubs and Three's Company reruns. And then at night, Office reruns on Comedy Central. And I could count on one hand the numbers of the episodes of The Office that I had ever seen. And now I've seen a lot of them.
It's a good show.
And it sounds silly to say that, The Office is funny. Right?
Yeah, it's
because it
really
is.
good.
Yeah, right. Show. The ones I've seen before, it was just it was never appointment viewing for me. So now I've got a lot of episodes of The Office under my belt.
Do you have shows like that where they got more popular because of streaming, but you feel almost like a band that got popular and you're like, well, I liked them when? Like The Office, I watched first run on all the way through.
That's me and my high school sweethearts show.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of how I am about Schitt's Creek.
Yeah.
We watched that when it was on Pop,
right?
Which was this cable channel nobody got. It was a Canadian show. It was on the CBC. And then it got on Netflix, and that's when everybody started talking about Schitt's Creek. You're talking about getting into a show late, though.
Well, no, I'm talking about you hear people are getting into it, but you're like, you should. Well, yeah, I know The Office is good. I watched it when it was first on.
Oh, I see.
Or
yeah.
The Munsters was like that for me.
But
I didn't see it
you were also
the 70s.
The shows from the 50s. Yeah. The Munsters. Wow.
I watched it. Well, no, because in the mornings before, we only had 8 channels or 9 channels.
Yep.
And in the mornings before school,
it was still a lot of black and white shows.
It was a lot of black and white.
Yep.
It was Woody Woodpecker, and then it was Green Acres.
They were still running those in the early 90s?
Yes, it was
wow.
Woody Woodpecker, and then Green Acres, and then the Munsters. Mm-hmm. And those were the 3 I would watch while I was getting ready for school and having my breakfast and stuff. And then I remember they went to, oh my God, what is the TV channel?
Like MeTV.
Something like that.
Yeah.
It's always playing these reruns of those shows.
43, WUAB?
No. There's now. There's a cable channel that
like
plays
MeTV.
all these old school shows.
Yeah.
And my friends got into it in like college, and I was like, I've been watching the Munsters since I was like 10.
Well, we clicked on the Munsters just clicking around, and my daughter recognized the Munsters theme because of the Fall Out Boy song Uma Thurman, which uses the melody for the Munsters as the primary melody of that song. And so that's the attachment that she's got
funny,
to it.
dude.
The Munsters?
Yes.
For its time, it was pretty well written.
There's the one episode where the wife wants to get a job, and her like that crotchety old grandpa is trying to convince her how that's like the worst thing that could happen to her relationship and stuff. Like watching it back, and I'm like, these were like real big problems during this time.
Oh, yeah.
Women wanting to be independent was worthy of a special episode.
Yeah.
It's insane.
And I don't think that I realized, because Yvonne DiCarlo was the actress that played Lily Munster. Lily Munster, the wife.
Herman is the
Herman Munster was Fred Gwynn. The only one still alive is Butch Patrick. He kind of made a living doing Comic-Cons and things. Yeah. When I first got going in radio, the show I was working on was new Butch Patrick, so he was around all the time.
I heard he throws Eddie Munster throws like the tables that he uses at those Comic-Cons, like he gets them all dirty, and it looks like he throws them into mud puddles. It's like a
Butch
rumor about
Patrick?
him. Yeah.
What am I missing?
I don't know either.
Don't you worry about it. The people that know what I'm talking about know what I'm talking about.
Great.
I
Anywho, so, but what I didn't realize, the show is called The Munsters, and I think I was probably last week old when I realized that they're all a different monster.
Yeah.
He's Frankenstein.
Yeah.
She's a vampire.
Uh-huh.
And Eddie is a werewolf.
Yeah.
But what's Grandpa?
Grandpa's like a
He's another vampire.
Yeah.
But he's also like
They don't have a mummy.
Potionist.
Pardon me.
What's the word I'm looking for? He makes
Alchemist?
potions. Yeah, but that's not the name of
Like
it.
a wizard,
like a mad scientist.
Yeah.
Like he's always making potion. Like so many of the plots of those episodes are him making the wrong potion, and then
Okay.
it messes everything up.
I mean, Grandpa Al has been dead for a long time. Butch Patrick is 69 years old. But yeah, I was like, oh, they're all different. Of course, Fred Gwynn had that big comeback in the 80s when he was in Pet Sematary, and he was also the judge in My Cousin Vinny. What is a Ute? That was Fred Gwynn. Very, very tall guy, great voice, wild face. Like, I couldn't get into that Rob Zombie Munsters reboot.
I didn't even watch it.
Yeah,
I didn't
because
want it
it's-
to ruin it.
Well, it's not even that. It's like they can't figure out, he couldn't figure out what he wanted the tone to be. So it's super, super kind of colorful and campy, but in a weird, unfunny way. I don't know. But I was more of an Addams Family guy when they would do the black and white reruns on Sunday mornings. But the Munsters, yeah, listen, here's my point. Kids, you're never too old to learn something. And I just learned that the Munsters are named that because they're all different monsters.
I thought they were different cheeses.
No, that's Meunste. Hey, I got to give you some money, and then I have that announcement for you. Right now, $1,000 to you. Plenty of chances for you to win. So if you have struck out thus far, don't sweat it. But I hope you win here. It's courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bills. That's Bills. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
All right. I want to take you back in time. Take you back in time.
Play some Huey Lewis.
It is still hip to be square.
I'm going to go back in time.
Gonna go back in time. That old SNL sketch. I want to take you back to June 30th of the year 2000. Northeast Ohio, June 30th, 2000, was the last Buzzardfest. And we're bringing it back. You longtime MMS listeners will recall Buzzardfest as an unparalleled lineup of bands. You can go all the way back to the World Series of Rock, right? But in the early 2000s, late night Buzzardfest, out at Blossom, did it at Jacobs Pavilion. The Ramones played on one show when No Doubt was a big deal. They played Buzzardfest. STP played Buzzardfest. 311 played. Now, I'm not going to tell you the lineup today. Rover's going to announce.
Why would ya?
Rover's going to announce the whole thing next week, 1 week from today. I'm telling you to get your early bird tickets. Buzzardfest is returning to Cleveland. I don't think. Am I supposed to give the date?
Yeah, I think you give the date.
Can I give the date?
Yeah, there's a press release that had the date. And
Just
stuff
not the
on it.
lineup.
Just not
Okay.
the lineup.
Friday, August 4th. This
And
is
the
part. This
location.
is part of a full weekend, by the way. So it's going to be our Buzzard Fest Friday, August 4th, and then the next day, August 5th, they're doing WJR Country Jam. You can buy tickets for either. You can buy tickets for both. The early bird special is now. Those start at $40.
Where do people go?
It's a good question.
It is a good question.
You mean where will it be held? Or you mean where do they go to get the tickets?
Where do they go get the tickets? You want to get those early bird tickets, which is a very, very good deal. You're gonna, especially with this lineup that is going to be announced next week.
Yep.
We're privy to it. We know what it is. We
Yep.
just can't say it.
And it is really good.
It's a great lineup.
There's no scrubs. Yeah, it's a
I didn't
really good
see
lineup.
The lineup. Did I get a different email?
You did not. Victory Park in North Ridgeville is where this is going to happen. Victory Park, if you know where that is. See tickets? Is that where that's what my link takes me to. You can probably go to WMMS.com too and get the details. Early bird tickets start at $40. They're on sale now. If you want tickets for that entire weekend, you can look into that as well. Early bird for adults, $40. $25 for kids ages 3 to 10. So if you want to bring the kids, who knows? But we are bringing Buzzard Fest back after a 23-year hiatus. It's coming back to Northeast Ohio. We're very excited about it. We'll have all the details for you next week. RMG will have them, I don't know what time, but the morning of the 25th, a week from today. But I would, if I were you, scoop up early bird tickets. It's going to happen Friday, August 4th, the return of MMS's Buzzard Fest at Victory Sports Park in North Ridgeville.
And there's lineup announcements to come. There's a beer announcement to come. There's some cool stuff.
Yeah, we have all that stuff. So mark it off on your calendar. Get your early bird tickets now. It's going to be Friday, August 4th. We'll all be there. We'll be live. We'll be backstage. We'll be doing stuff. We'll have Poundcake be our roving reporter.
Nice.
We already have a rover, but he'll be our roving reporter.
Do I get to go backstage?
Of course. It's the Buzzard Fest. You'll have all access.
I found the lineup. I'm not going to say anything, obviously, but I don't think we should put Cody in front of these people.
That's precisely why he should be our roving reporter. Don't you remember him at the AP MAs? What are you talking about?
I wasn't on the show, but I've heard enough about it.
Oh, my God. It's the glory days of Poundcake talking to bands he has no clue who they are. It's fantastic. Now, some of these...
heard of a single one.
I think some of these bands you may have seen, they've probably done maybe Roverfest in years past or seen them on another show that MMS has done. But we will have the official announcement with the entire lineup and all that next Tuesday with Rover. But it's very exciting. And we will have more details for you. But I just wanted to tell everybody about the early bird tickets. Start at $40. Go and get them. I guess go to WMMS.com. The link took me to a website called See Tickets.
I met one.
SEE Tickets.
I met one of the bands already.
Well, then perhaps you can call back your conversation with them. I've met all these bands over the course of my career. Well, not one of them. One of the newer bands I haven't met. But here's the point. You can rekindle a past conversation with whichever band you met. And, of course, they're going to go. They'll take a second. They'll play it off like they don't remember you. But who's going to forget you? They'll look you square in the eye and they'll go, of course. Squeeze cake. It's good to see you again. How's the Sniffing History podcast? And then you can have a conversation about that.
Would you like to be on it, sir?
Yeah.
I can start right now.
Have a seat, sir. Now get up, please, and let me do my thing. Did you see, by the way, Cody, that they've added a Cavalier's watch party out there at Studio West 17? West 117?
No, I didn't see that.
You should take McDreamy and go out there.
McDreamy.
McBoyfriend, whatever you call him.
McBoyfriend.
Nick Boyfriend's great. Yeah.
The Cavs watch party set for Studio West 117. That's for Game 3. Cavs will be in New York. Game 2, of course, here at home tonight at 7:30. 8:30 Friday night will be Game 3. This is your call. Playoff basketball is so exciting. It is the best of 11. So we still have a long way to go.
It's not.
I'm sorry?
Best of 7.
That's not that far
Best
off.
of 17?
Let's split the difference and call it best of 3.
2. Oh.
So that's Studio West 117. Is it safe to call it a gay mecca? I know it's open to everybody, but it's specifically to attract the LGBTQIA plus community.
Game mecca.
Yeah.
A game mecca because they have like a
gay mecca.
Game mecca.
A
Game
mecca.
Ecca.
Yay! A gay mecca.
Mecca.
Yeah, I mean, it's safe to say
You should
that.
go.
I might go.
Yeah. Doors will open at 6:30. We'll still be on the air here, of course, but you could scoot your little self right over there after that.
If I'm not busy.
If you're not busy, of
Oh,
course.
you think of coming out to Youngstown to see me at the Funny Farm?
It is a Friday night in Cleveland. So many things to do.
So why not come out to
So
Youngstown?
many smells in the streets.
If I'm not busy.
If he's not busy. Well, there you go. He does have a McBoyfriend now. I got a break. If you want to send a text, 35192 to get something in, you can watch live at AlanCoxShow.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Pay attention to notice the reverse of everything that is normal becoming abnormal.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Want to send me a text? Do it there. AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch. Thanks again to Buckets McWin for helping out. We'll get to some hot celebrity goss a little bit later on, courtesy of our own Perez Bilton. If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio, tell me where you did that if it's out of state. I spent an appreciable amount of time this morning updating our bureau chief map now that we have our physical map back. And a lot of new bureau chiefs from around these United States. I took some time and gave them their pins. Steve-O is out in Highlands Ranch, Colorado. Tyler listens in Dry Ridge, Kentucky. You know, some people are new bureau chiefs in places that already have a pin. And so I have to worry about that. Diane listens in Inverness, Florida. Julie's in Rockingham, North Carolina. Greg is one of our Canadian bureau chiefs. He's up in Temagami, Ontario. And if you listen, tell me where you do that. And you can always leave us messages, too, on the app.
Hey, guys. Listening to yesterday's show, you're talking about Pablo Escobar. And it just reminded me, I did a tattoo of Pablo Escobar. And when I posted it on Instagram and put the word Escobar, they flagged my account and stripped me of my business features and monetization because I was promoting a drug cartel. Pretty crazy.
Oh, being stripped of your business. Oh, you can't monetize.
It's the worst.
That sucks.
Yeah, you can't really monetize very well on Instagram anymore anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
That all gone?
They got rid of the Reels bonus, which was nice.
The Reels bonus.
Yeah, you can make.
If enough people saw your reel, you'd get a bonus.
Yeah, you make a little money off of it. Made some good money some months, not as much other months, but now it's gone.
Well, we were talking yesterday, as like I was alluding to, we were talking about how one of Pablo Escobar's cocaine hippos had found its way, because Pablo Escobar's been dead for a while now, and so those hippos that he had illegally trucked in, they've all gone off on their own way. So they've ended up in the rivers and streams of Colombia and whatever. And one of them got off onto a highway and was hit and killed by an SUV, splattered it all over the road. And I mentioned in passing that hippos are the most deadly land mammal on the planet based on how many people are killed by them every year.
Behind humans.
Well, that's what I thought. I'm like, because somebody sent me a list of the deadliest animals by annual human deaths, right? Hippos are land animals. They're technically semi-aquatic. They do live part of their life in the water, but they're mammals, and they're technically considered land mammals. And I thought, why wouldn't humans be at the top of this? But they're not at the top.
They don't count humans.
Hippos barely squeak into the top 10. They kill about 500 people a year in Africa. Mosquitoes kill the most people.
That's not a mammal, though.
No, deadliest animals.
Animals.
Yeah, deadliest animals. Mosquitoes, obviously, are responsible for a whole bunch of things. Malaria, all kinds of awful things. And then snakes. Dogs come in at number 3. Dogs kill 30,000 people a year.
Sheesh.
Assassin bugs. I don't know what an assassin bug is. Cody, you know what an assassin bug is? I sure don't.
A deadly mosquito.
Well, mosquitoes are already on the list.
Okay, well then no.
Tsetse flies kill 10,000 people a year.
Tsetse flies?
Tsetse flies.
Tsetse.
Yeah.
Huh.
Tropical African fly that will, basically anything that's like tropical or sub-Saharan
Always trying to kill you.
Yeah, right.
Everyone always was so, Florida's such a great place to live. I'm like, everything down there can kill you. Everything.
Well, everything anywhere can kill you, but I mean, you're right. They're kind of loading the deck in their favor.
Our water and people try to kill us up here, but everything else, air, land, creatures, birds, everything wants to kill you in Florida. Step in the water, see what happens.
Well, especially with but also with the climate changing the way it is, it's pushing all kinds of species into places that they're not indigenous. And so that's how you end up with bugs up here in Ohio that had never been seen here before, because of storms and things like that. Freshwater snails was the one that jumped out at me on this list. Number 4, freshwater snails kill 20,000. Well, I assume that that's because they carry, it's not the snails that are deadly.
They carry some kind of disease.
Yeah, they carry parasitic worms and things like that, and then you die. But, yeah, things can kill you. I mean, some friends of ours who had spring break the same time we did were really bummed out because they had gone to Florida and it had rained the whole time. They were getting a lot of rain in Florida. When you go on spring break, you only have that time. You can't make it up. Or anytime you pick a vacation, you're kind of rolling the dice. You're going to a place that you hope the weather's going to be great, where it traditionally has been. Here's another odd thing that I guess I wasn't hip to in schools now, is that they don't go around the room and talk to the kids about their spring break stories because some kids didn't get to go anywhere. And they don't want to make them feel weird.
That was me. I was the poor kid who didn't get to go anywhere.
So that's been around that long?
No, what I'm saying is we used to do it, and I'd have to make something up. I went to my grandma's house, and she let me dig a hole,
Well, because I said to my daughter, did you guys talk about, did you get to tell some fun story? Yesterday was her first day back, and she's like, no, not really. She would talk to her friends, a couple of her other friends. One of them went to Florida, and that's where the kind of stunk where they were. And she said, we don't really talk about it in class because not everybody went anywhere and they don't want to make them feel weird. Which I'm like, okay, that's fine. I mean, there's no downside to that, but I guess I wasn't hip to that's what was going on. Because we never went anywhere either. My parents hated to travel. We never went anywhere. So I was also the kid that was like, I was at home the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't go anywhere.
Spring break, we wouldn't really travel. We'd travel.
I never even went on. Every spring break, it's been me taking kids. I never went on spring break in college.
Neither did I.
I've never been on spring break.
Time for Mary and Alan. I never went on spring break.
We just had one.
Show spring break. But no, we gotta do the wild one. Mary's gonna drink for a week.
I'm gonna relapse.
Yeah, it's not even a relapse. It's making up for lost time.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah.
You get 1 week if you never had a spring break.
Yeah.
No, because I cheered in college, and that's always tournament time. So for spring breaks, we were always on the road with the basketball team.
Okay, I just worked. I always worked, so I never went anywhere.
I didn't go to college.
Right.
I went. It was fun.
We know.
It was real fun.
Alan is designated Hitler going to be at Buzzardfest. I'm working on it.
We can't announce the lineup.
I would very much like them to be on board with that.
Designated hitter looking to get aboard. Sorry about that, folks.
Mm-hmm. It finally, it's come to the point at Casa Cox where I have worn out my welcome with that was the name of my band in college.
Just now that
joke.
happened?
Well, it's really played out.
Yeah.
In general, I think from time to time it's still funny, except the other morning I was getting my daughter dressed for school and I just said something random and she takes a beat and she goes, did you have a band called that in college? I go, oh man, that's...
She got you.
Yeah, it's time to, because I wasn't even going in that direction. So it's time to, I guess, let that go. Which
Can you let it go, though?
should have been a long time ago, granted. The other one at Casa Cox says, that was my nickname in college. Blah, blah, blah.
You can do the name of my sex tape.
She's
name of your
7,
sex tape.
the child.
She's got to learn something.
The name of my sex tape. She's got to learn sometime, I guess. I'm going to go out on a limb, though, and say that time is not now.
All right, that's fine. Everybody parents differently.
We certainly do. Alan, how dare you only play the rhino fart once? Well, I mean, I don't know how many times it requires getting played.
Please don't play it again.
Well, now I want to play it because you don't want me to play it.
It's nasty.
Yeah, right.
I've been here for a very long time. I've been with this northern white kind of.
Who's that? Do you know whose farce is that?
That is my June.
Okay.
She always make a long one.
Yeah, there you go.
You always
That's
make
true.
a long
You should
one.
always make a long one. Now that's the name of my sex tape.
Hey.
There he is.
So,
That was the wrong amount of wet. That part.
right. You know, you might have heard the phrase, the main character on the internet. People who are extremely online, you know what this means. That every day on the internet, there is somebody who garners an outsized amount of attention. And you don't want to be that person. You don't want to be the main character on the internet. And today, I don't know if she's the main character, but she's getting a lot of attention, is this woman who's the CEO of a company called Miller Knoll. Have you seen this?
No.
This is a woman who I think is kind of foxy. She looks like she's maybe, I don't know, she's got gray hair. She, I don't know. But she is the CEO of a company called Miller Knoll. I think they're headquartered in Michigan, in the Grand Rapids area, but they're a global company. They do luxury home furnishings, and she's the CEO. And people are dragging her because she was on a Zoom call explaining why the employees weren't getting bonuses, where she had gotten a $4 million bonus. And the workers, the employees of the company, were annoyed at this. And so she took the time to have a Zoom call with the plebes. Now, people go, hey, even if she spread out her bonus to all the employees, is an extra $500 going to change their lives? I don't know that that's the right way to look at it.
Right.
I mean, $500 is $500, and the CEO would. CEOs are already just
They're doing
normally
fine.
paid
Yeah.
way more.
Yeah, I'm happy when I get any extra $500.
Right.
Yeah.
Andy Owen is the CEO of Miller Knoll, and she got a bonus of $4 million. And so her response to the people who didn't get bonuses in the employee ranks, people thought, because for a while, she's real calm. But then the tables turn, and you can see where she gets pissed off. And that facade falls away. And everybody who works for a big company at the plebe level, like we do, you can understand why people got pissed off at her.
Came through about how can we stay motivated if we're not going to get a bonus? What can we do? What can we do? Some of them were nice and some of them were not so nice. So I'm going to address this head on. The most important thing we can do right now is focus on the things that we can control. None of us could have predicted COVID. None of us could have predicted supply chain. None of us could have predicted bank failures. But what we can do is stay in front of our customers, provide the best customer service we can, get our orders out our door, treat each other well. Be
pretty sweet, right? I mean, she,
Yeah,
okay, so this is why,
She seems like a really nice lady.
really nice.
kind, be respectful, focus on the future because it will be bright. It's not good to be in a situation we're in today, but we're not going to be here forever. It is going to get better. So lead by example, treat people well.
Treat people well. I mean, this is all good
So
stuff.
I'm on board.
Come on.
Talk to them, be kind, and get after it. Don't ask about what are we going to do if we don't get a bonus. Get the damn $26 million. Spend your time and your effort thinking about the $26 million we need and not thinking about what you're going to do if we don't get a bonus. All right? Can I get some commitment for that? I would appreciate that. I had an old boss who said to me one time, you can visit Pity City, but you can't live there. So people, leave Pity City. Let's get it done. Thank you. Have a great day.
And then she does like the boom, blew your mind. Oh, God, it's just. So
Very
for a while,
cringy.
listen, guys, it's we can't control everything. Yeah, nobody saw a global pandemic coming, by the way. But if you are the CEO of a company, you are supposed to have multiple contingency plans in place for things like supply chain issues. That is part of your job. But I like how it turns there.
You're living in Pity City,
Don't
Alan.
ask, huh?
You're living in Pity City, Alan.
Hey, listen, I learned a long time ago, you never count somebody else's money. Because everybody thinks, no
We
matter
try to, but you have so much of it. It's just
so hard to count.
no matter what you
All
do for a
millions.
living, no matter where you are in the pecking order, everybody thinks they should be paid more money. And probably 90% of those people are correct. Everybody should be paid more money than they are. But you'll drive yourself nuts counting other people's money. That said, this is a really bad look on one day, nobody knows who you are. They've probably never heard of your company before. And then you do a Zoom call with your employees. That's your take on it. Because there's really no good answer to why did you get a $4 million bonus and we didn't get any? It's not like, why didn't we get, it'd be silly to say why we didn't get your bonus. Why did you get a bonus and we didn't get any bonus? And that's a bad look. Because these days, your Zoom call is going to hit the internet. And, I don't really know much about this woman. She's the CEO of Miller Knoll Incorporated. And she hadn't been there that long, by the way. They brought her on November of 2021. They're based out of Zeeland, Michigan. There it is. If our Michiganders, our Michigan bureau chief, Zeeland is about a half an hour from Lake Michigan, between Holland and Grand Rapids.
Hey, I'm going to be in Grand Rapids next weekend.
Hey, where are you going to be? The Bob?
Dr. Grin's at the
Dr.
Bob.
Grin's.
With Chad Daniels.
All right. Well, that's something to look forward to, you Michiganders. So, yeah, people are dragging her.
I hated this when I worked for Coach. It's not exactly the same thing, but we didn't get commissions as sales associates.
Right.
But if we hit sales goals, our
store got bonused.
The store managers got bonused. So our store managers were always pushing us to hit these sales goals. Yeah. And I'm like, at the end of the day, I'm still making $8 an hour.
Right, I'm not doing you any good.
Right, but if we don't hit $12,000 in merchandise this week, then we don't do this or we can't have that. I'm like, no, then you don't get a bonus check. Like, that's what it is.
I can't believe they paid you that little for those high-end bags.
It was a retail gig.
It doesn't matter. Any other gig at the mall.
You're right, it doesn't
matter what you're selling. You're still, I'm just a cashier.
Yes, but
you don't get a cut of the sales.
I understand that, but if they want you to handle it with, be delicate and with care, these bags go for a couple $1,000s a piece.
And the employees don't care either.
Doesn't matter.
They're letting $8 an hour people touch my wealthy bag. I don't want
wealthy bag. She was working at a mall in Toledo.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
And also they start at like $100. The most expensive bag we had in store that you didn't order online was probably like $2,000.
It's like back in the day when people would walk around with like the Tiffany keychain because it was the least expensive thing you could get at tip.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a tip. Comes in the blue box. Get the whole bit.
But yeah, they would always try to and a lot of us were college students, so they're trying to get us amped up for these new floor sets, and here's our monthly goal, and everyone who, you get priority scheduling, but it's like you're not giving me anything.
They'll give you everything but more money.
Exactly.
Everything but more money.
I think everyone should either have like a retail job or like a fast food job at least once in their life because
service industry of some sort.
Service industry because
but then why are you so surprised that her paycheck wasn't contingent on Coach bag sales?
Well, because I worked at Hollister. I didn't think it was the same when you handled like
all retail's the same. If you're a grunt on the floor, you're getting paid hourly.
Because people were,
whether it's widgets or Coach bags.
For Hollister, we had animals come into the store like mothers that had their kids on leashes throwing around
those same people are going into a Coach store too.
Yeah,
but I'm just saying this was like for Black Friday, and I'm like, wow, you treating your kid like cattle. Like it was madness.
Some kids need to be on a leash,
but that was their way of like, so their kid is gonna veer off. We know he's just gonna go his own way, but at least that way he can be dragged out of the store and he'll be attached to me somehow.
Yeah,
it was unbelievable. I had never seen, coming from Oberlin, I had never seen like a Black Friday before. I had never seen that type of interaction with people. They
don't have like a Walmart out in Oberlin or anything like that?
But Oberlin's too small. It just wasn't like that. I can't remember.
They have Black Friday at the boutique bakery. People jumping over each other to get crawlers.
I feel like the nearest Black Friday event would be like at Elyria Mall, which is no longer a thing. Like we had a Best Buy there.
Well, I don't even think Black Friday is a thing anymore. I mean, it was back in the day, but now they're Black Friday sales on the internet in July.
Next week.
Yeah,
right.
People were dying. Like people were literally getting trampled and shot.
The deals were worth it.
I got a 27-inch television.
I had to go.
$26.
We knew we were going to run out of dollar bills, so I had to go over to the strip club and get some ones. Like we already knew what it was going to be.
Dollar bills, y'all.
Dollar bill.
Well, yeah. No matter what you're selling, You're not going to make any more money. That's why people want to get into management. They want to get into store management. They're like, well, hell, I mean, if I'm on this track already, some people opt for that. Because when you get up to like store management level, even without bonuses, you can make pretty good money.
Yeah.
Like if you're the store manager of a Walmart, you can make like $250. You can make.
I don't know about that.
You can, depending on what market, what you know.
You gotta be like a GM.
My friend is the store manager of a furniture store, and he makes like 75.
That's a furniture store. That's
Right.
not. Is it a chain?
Yes.
75 is pretty good money.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think you can make 250 at a Walmart. I don't. Maybe
If you're running the
That's
store,
no, there's no way. I
All
don't
right.
think that's. Maybe if you're regional, you have 5 or 6 stores under you. But I don't think store managers of Walmart's making $250,000.
$250,000.
No way.
A general manager at a Walmart's making about $120,000 per year.
That's still good money.
Nothing to sneeze at.
No, that's
Good
great.
money.
But you have to deal with everyone at Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, for 6 figures, I bet most people could handle that.
Or they just don't, and they're like, I got my
Yeah, I got my shift leader on it.
Deal with it. What you gonna do?
Oh, boy. Okay, let me hand off those incarceration passes for you. They got an amazing lineup, as always, for that show out at the Mansfield Reformatory this summer. Slipknot, Pantera, Limp Bizkit. Those are your headliners for each of the nights. Megadeth and Volbeat and Bush and Lamb of God and many, many more. Mid-July out at the Ohio State Reformatory. So I'll have GA weekend passes for you after the break. Want to text for anything else, 35192, and you can watch at alancoxshow.com and listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
From the Mr. Hero Taste You Crave Weather Center, WMMS
ghost hunters for a tour of history, true crime, and of course, ghost stories. Listen to Haunted Road Season 4 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
It's time to give stuff away. Oh, it's time to give stuff away.
All right, time for the 2023 Incarceration Music and Tattoo Festival. It is July 14th, 15th, and 16th out in Mansfield at the Ohio State Reformatory. Slipknot, Pantera, Limp Bizkit, those are your headliners, leading the all-star. Whoa! I'm getting so excited, I'm banging my microphone around. Metal lineup. You got Megadeth, you got In This Moment, Maria Brink, yummy. Bush, Lamb of God, Volbeat, many, many more. See the full lineup at incarceration.com. I got a couple of GA weekend passes for you now. Put you there for the whole thing. Good luck. Call 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
All I know is this violates every canon of respectable broadcasting.
This is the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hooah! We got another $1,000 for you in about 7 or 8 minutes. Listen for that next keyword, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Also get to the Celebrity Hot Goss so far this week, courtesy of our own Perez Bilton. Not to be confused with the Amish furniture maker Perez Bilton, who's out there in Geauga County. It's very, very fine work. Quick, too. And no, I'm not being paid to tell you that. More incarceration passes the remainder of the week. Right around this time, too, for people who are asking me, hey, when are you going to do those? Right around this time, tomorrow. Charlie Benante of Anthrax behind the drums there for the reconstituted Pantera. Phil Anselmo in front, Rex Brown there, too. Zach Wilde behind the guitar, and Charlie Benante. I never got into Pantera. I like them. I never disliked them. They were just never. They were never one of my top 5 back in the day.
This is the one Brian listens to that I can tolerate.
I always thought, production-wise, for as heavy a band as Pantera is, there was not enough low end in their music. A lot of high end. But,
yeah, I was
but
thinking
no
that.
doubt Pantera crushes. But they were never. I'm surprised to hear myself say it, but they were never quite on my radar.
That's actually what I told Brian when he'd played. I said, too much, not enough low end.
Too much, not enough low end.
Too much, not enough. It's a high end. It's high end.
That's some high end heavy metal right there, boy. That's like the Coach bag of heavy metal. Cavaliers play tonight. Knicks are up by 1 in this postseason run here. Cavs are here at home. Hopefully, the screams of the Cavalier Followers Nation. What are they called? Cavs Nation? They have a name?
Yeah, that works.
Okay. Along with our own Bill Squire, along with our own program director, Rob Anthony. 2 of these guys will be sitting there, knees touching, beers being cheersed. Probably they'll eat a hot dog, one from each end.
Oh, Lady and the Tramp style?
Oh,
Just get to the middle and then see what happens.
Tramp and the Tramp.
Oh.
Will you be up in Loudville? Do we already establish this?
Loudville is currently where our tickets are, but like I said, he is working his magic to see if he can get us some better seats. But we'll see what happens.
Working his magic.
He's got some connections. He knows some people, so we'll see if we can get down to that lower bowl. We want to be in that lower bowl.
Well, and I am a seat snob too.
Yes, you are.
I know
a
that.
seat snob, like you're allergic.
Seat.
Oh, seat snob.
For someone that grew up with nothing, you want everything.
Well,
you have a lot of. You're a snob on a variety of levels.
I'm allowed to be. I make my own money.
That is true.
But I mean,
what?
Yeah.
I would rather not go to a sporting event and watch it on television than be in the nosebleeds.
See, I
100% of the time.
I grew up the child of an unrepentant snob. My mother, by her own admission, is a huge snob. And I think that kept us from doing a lot of things. Because if it wasn't to her standards, it wasn't going to happen. And very few things are to a lot of people's standards. You kind of just got to go with the flow.
If we were taking the kid, I'd be fine with Loudville because I'm not going to spend $150 on a seat for a 7-year-old.
I'm not spending any money.
But that's what I'm saying.
So, like, if I'm getting in free, and also, there's times just being at a playoff game is different.
That is different.
I'll do that. But I just got an update, and we will be in the lower bowl.
Goodness gracious.
So we got the upgraded seat.
Now, is that good enough for you, Mary, if
Yes.
you were to go?
Lower
so
bowl would be
Bill,
good
and so you're missing out on lower. Where are the seats going to be?
Actually, we're going to be in the club section.
Even
the
better.
Club
Hot
level.
dogs, snacks.
That's less fun to say, though.
Club level than lower bowl.
Right. All right, so they'll be at the club level.
It'll be a C-122.
Mary doesn't like being left out of any club.
I don't like being left out of anything.
I know.
I love being left out of
The things you don't want to go to,
Even
you're
the
like, I
things
want to
I
go, but I
know.
don't.
Oh, I love being left out. It's the best. Where I'm most comfortable.
Thrive.
Okay, so you guys will be in the club section.
Yeah.
So then
Club
it'll be-
level.
Club level. Oh,
Not in like a club.
Not in a
not in a
loge.
suite.
Yeah.
So it won't be like you guys and a bunch of other muckety muck.
No.
Oh,
Gross, dude.
thanks. Was that me?
It wasn't me.
Wasn't me.
It's the Shaggy defense.
Wasn't me.
Where they played that a lot out in Phoenix too. Oh my God, the radio
What
out
were you
there.
listening to?
Just whatever was on the radio. I mean, you're picking up whatever you can, but it was like, we were 2 hours north of Phoenix, but obviously we flew into Phoenix. So driving from Phoenix to Sedona or going back to the
Okay.
airport, we're listening to Phoenix radio.
Why wouldn't your phone be plugged in?
Because I didn't have any. Plugging my phone. Am I walking around with a cord to plug my phone
Or
in?
you connect to the Bluetooth.
Yeah, you connect to the Bluetooth so you can have your GPS up and then also play your Spotify.
Well, first of all, no. When I go somewhere, I want to hear what's doing on the radio. I want to see how they're doing things. I want to hear, but I don't think the Bluetooth was even connecting it. No, I'm running the map off my phone. Like it's not on the screen or anything.
Well, what I'm saying is if you take your cell phone charger and just plug it into the outlet in the car, then it'll show up right on your car.
No, you got to do a whole thing.
No, you don't.
I'm telling you, I did because
I rent cars every weekend. Every single weekend I'm in a rental car.
Have you ever rented a Toyota 4Runner?
No.
Okay, well, that's what I had. And every time I would turn the car on, a series of menus would come up. I don't care.
What you're saying is a Toyota 4Runner is not capable with Apple CarPlay. I don't believe that for 1 second.
No, it wasn't because it's a rental car. These are like base model cars, right? It's not all bells and whistles. I mean, unless you're like...
Toyota models 2019 and forward all have Apple CarPlay.
I'm telling you, the car did not have Apple CarPlay. I don't know what year this car was.
Had to be before 2019, according to Toyota's.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. Yeah, this was not a... Anyway, it is what it is. I'm just saying that the screen had this series of menus, and I'm like, I don't need any of that. I could get my map on my phone, and I want to hear what's doing with terrestrial radio when I travel. I like to hear how people do things.
I understand that.
All I'm just saying is, boy, they play a lot of Uptown Funk, play a lot of Shaggy. And this wasn't like some throwback station, because we'd click around and find the throwback station, and it's the same songs all these other stations are playing. Because Phoenix is not a rock market. It's a pop market. Most radio markets are not rock markets. They're pop markets. But I still like to hear what the talent is doing on radio stations, And so that's why I said yesterday, maybe radio here stinks. I don't know. I don't listen to it.
Some of it does for sure.
Oh, well, some of everything creative stinks everywhere. But, I don't spend a lot of time. I don't spend any time listening to Cleveland radio. I work in it. You work at McDonald's, you don't go home and hit the grill. So, but no, there was no Apple CarPlay in this car. I think a lot of rentals, by the way, they kind of strip out all the bells and whistles anyway.
I
If they're
disagree.
That's fine. I'm just telling you, there are some cars you can rent, and they're not going to have, depending on what kind you get, they're not going to have all the bells and whistles.
And by the way,
this absolutely did not.
Apple CarPlay pops up once you plug your phone in. So once
Or
you
if you
plug your
connect-
phone in or you connect to the Bluetooth, then it'll pop up and say Apple CarPlay. And then it looks exactly
It
like
did
your
not
phone does.
have a modern screen, the kind that you would need for
How
Apple
old?
Car.
What?
I don't know. It was a Toyota 4Runner. By the way, and this is why I have a buddy who works for Enterprise Corporate out in Denver, and I don't hit him up for things, but I am going to fire off a 5-star review of the dude who took our car back. You know, you just pull it back into the airport in the big long line, and you get out, and they make sure everything's good, and then you take off and get to your flight.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when we first got the car, my daughter's in the back, and she put the armrest down to put like a bottle of water in or something. And then whoever had rented it before, or who knows how far, it was a bunch of smushed peanut butter and jelly sandwiches in the cup holders.
Ugh.
So whoever had rented the car or cleaned up the car with the rental company didn't catch that. So when we turned it in,
Looked like it was you guys.
well, we told the guy, we go, hey man, FYI, I want to get some cleaning charge because that was in there before we got the car. And he was like, okay, no worries. He took like 75% off the money I had paid to rent the car.
Oh,
Hell
nice.
yeah.
I was like,
It was
hell
a car without a
yes.
screen. You shouldn't have paid that much in the
Yeah,
first
right.
place.
Well, I don't need that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need all that nonsense. I need it to get me from point A to point B. But,
Yeah, a big part of that is GPS.
well, that's on my phone. If it's
easier when
on
it's
my
on your
phone,
screen.
I don't need it to be on another screen. I already have it on a screen.
What if it's like an Ohio law where you can't even have your phone in your hand anymore?
It wasn't in my hand. I had it in front of the speedometer.
Even worse.
Also dangerous because you can't see how fast you're going.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good.
Unsafe.
Off to the side. See exactly how fast I'm going.
Okay. Whatever you say. Whatever you say.
You guys hit me up for all these tips, all right? You want life hacks, you talk to me. I'm old. There's benefits to that. Life hacks, I got them coming out the yin-yang. Not the yin-yang twins. Hey, I got money. What?
Who's yin-yang
Who?
twins? Nothing.
When? Hey, it's $1,000. Chance for you to go fund yourself with the Buzzard bookie. I'm just going to combine the two. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Money. That's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Well, the joke's on you, suckers, because we just got an email for tickets for the Guardians Partner Appreciation Game.
Mm-hmm. And when
That's
is it?
right. Wednesday, April 20, 1:10 p.m. Okay, listen. So that doesn't
We can
involve
go and
us.
get one hot dog.
So we can't go, huh?
Oh, I'm going. I mean, I have the pass anyway, so I was planning on going to some of those day games, just like get in there, see the first pitch, and then run right back over here.
See the first pitch.
Yeah.
Ah, that's exciting.
Get a hot
Barreling
dog.
through all
Yeah.
those people to see the first pitch.
That'll be fun.
There it is.
Have
Spend more time walking than watching the game.
It's good to get those steps in.
That is true.
Step to the hot dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Guardians
hot dogs.
Rockies 110 next week. Are you ready for some hot goss?
Oh, yeah.
Is Mary ready?
Oh, always ready.
This is for you.
I know it is.
Don't sleep on this.
I know.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez, Bilton. Ooh.
Oh, how are my little goss guzzlers doing today? I got some hot, sticky goss for you. Jack Nicholson has been spotted by paparazzi for the first time in 18 months at his $10 million LA compound. Reports are that Nicholson looked disheveled and unrecognizable. And he did, because he's 85 years old and he's at his house, and it wasn't a red carpet. He was just on his balcony in the morning. Let the man be. And according to inside sources, this is actually preparation for Nicholson's next role in a new Scorsese movie called The Recently Departed. He's
Jack.
got one foot in that grave.
Yeah.
He's not doing well from other reports.
No.
It's like a,
That's why he's
dementia,
retired. He hasn't done
yeah,
a film in
yeah.
forever.
Yep. Netflix is trying to break into more live programming after the success of the Chris Rock live comedy special. Netflix attempted to do a live reunion for Love is Blind Season 4, and they couldn't make it happen. Netflix has not said why they couldn't make the global live event work, so let's speculate wildly. According to inside sources, Netflix couldn't get the live stream going because they hired a bunch of people with weird names that only have experience for one day working for a radio show.
Interesting.
That's bad news.
And the rumors are true. Kylie Jenner is dating Timothée Chalamet. Her people said they're keeping it casual and they're having a lot of fun. According to inside sources.
Inside sources.
This is just all to set up Jenner's appearance in one of the Dune sequels. In said sequel, her big fake butt will be playing a Dune. No word if Travis Scott's D will make an appearance as a sandworm.
Yeah! It is.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez, Bilton. Ooh.
Is Travis Scott well hung?
I believe so. I don't know.
Why? Because he's black?
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't mean anything. I mean
just giving the guy a benefit
Poundcake,
of the
do you
doubt.
know, is Travis Scott well hung?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah. I mean, we can't assume that he is.
I mean, he's no Pete Davidson, but
Yeah, but even Pete Davidson said that that's all marketing and,
yeah. Well, I don't know. I haven't seen any leak. When I I'm saying I haven't seen Nelson.
What about Jack Nicholson?
He hasn't seen his D in quite some time. I started watching because I'm reading that book on 1974. I started going back and I've started watching all these movies from the early 70s that are classics, but that I never saw because A, I was 3, and B, I just forgot about them. I'm watching Chinatown. Have you ever seen Chinatown?
Fantastic.
It's dynamite.
It's such a good movie. I haven't seen it in probably 20 years, but I loved it.
It's
when
one of
I
those
watched
movies
it.
I can't believe I haven't seen. Last night I couldn't sleep, so I got up. I'm like, I'm going to watch Chinatown, or I'm going to watch Shampoo, or I'm going to watch, I forget what the third one was.
The one I need to watch that my buddy brought up to me the other day was Serpico. I've never seen
Great
Serpico.
movie. Al Pacino.
And I heard it's fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, it's obviously it's a classic, but I've never seen.
I'm gonna put one in your back. Yeah, Serpico's great. Or Straw Dogs with Dustin Hoffman. There's like all these great movies from the 70s.
70s cinema is like it's kind of the best.
Yeah,
it's kind of the best.
Well, what's weird about
there's a good renaissance in the 90s, but a lot of that is just kind of paying tribute, or it pulls a lot from the 70s.
The weird thing about reading this book about the early 70s is it keeps referring to the new wave of young baby boomer directors.
Yeah.
Obviously, those people are, 50 years older now, but the young guys like Alan Pakula and Martin Scorsese and all these up-and-comers
Yeah.
Roman Polanski.
Steven Spielberg.
He's in there too.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that was when those guys were all blowing up.
Paul Schrader is a guy who, he made a movie here in Cleveland some years ago. My wife worked with him. A movie called Dog Eat Dog with Nicolas Cage. But Paul Schrader got famous for writing the script to Taxi Driver. And he wrote it because he had been put together with a young Steven Spielberg to write the script for Close Encounters. And if you know anything about Paul Schrader and his movies, that is not a good fit, but he was a screenwriter who wanted the gig. You never know when you're going to get hired. Needed the money. And Spielberg hated his draft of the script. So he was dejected and whatever and went off and drank himself to sleep for a month and wrote Taxi Driver and didn't work with Spielberg. But yeah, Chinatown, I'm only about halfway through. So don't tell me how it ends.
Oh boy. You're in for some slapping and such.
But I want to dig into all those old 70s movies.
Chinatown was great.
Yeah.
I need to rewatch that one. What's it?
Listen,
where are you streaming it?
If you can make a classic movie about water reclamation, you can really do some things. I'm streaming it on Showtime.
Okay.
There's a couple.
I think I have Showtime. I don't even know which. I have all this stupid streaming.
Well, the trouble is too is that there's all these streaming services now that you've never heard of. So you go, oh, let me watch it there, but it has commercials like every 45 seconds, and I'd rather pay for it. But it's free on Showtime. I got a break here. I will have, if you're a Pink Floyd fan, a little super group that's called the Gilmore Project. A little closer to 5:20, I will hand these off for you. The Gilmore Project is coming through to do the 50th anniversary of Dark Side of the Moon. An all-star band explores the music of Pink Floyd. They call themselves the Gilmore Project. It's going to be May 14th at MGM Northfield Park. So a little bit later on, I'll have this for you. You want to text for something? 35192. You can watch at alancoxshow.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
This is. Who is this, Cody?
Volbeat.
Why is it so goddamn? Why is it so loud?
I don't know.
Very loud.
Oh boy.
It's not Volbeat?
Huh?
It's not Volbeat?
No.
Okay.
I couldn't pot it down. What the hell's going on over here? No, that's Soundgarden. All right. Well, I don't know why I couldn't pot that down. Anyway, that is a band called Soundgarden. The late, great Chris Cornell. That is the track that leads off the album called Super Unknown, 1994. That's the one that really started to blow them up. And I didn't even realize this had still been going on. But Vicky Cornell, Chris Cornell's widow, was still embroiled in a rights lawsuit with the other guys in Soundgarden over Chris Cornell's unreleased music. Chris Cornell will be dead 6 years exactly 1 month from today. It was May 18th, 2017. That's 23 minus 6, right?
No, who knows?
It was a Thursday
Who
night.
knows?
They had. I was still on the air in Detroit, doing the morning show, and the Soundgarden had played what would be their last show the night before at the Fox Theater in Detroit, and then Chris Cornell hanged himself in his hotel room at the Motor City Casino, and then I went on the air the next morning and told everybody. It was a bad day. But I didn't realize that these were still going on. They have reached a settlement. So whatever music Chris Cornell had written with Soundgarden, his final Soundgarden recordings, will finally see the light of day. This has been Vicky Cornell runs Chris Cornell's estate, and they had been in a pretty protracted legal battle. I guess this was kind of off my radar. I didn't realize that it was still going on. But she had posted something on social media that they had come to an amicable resolution. And so if you're a Soundgarden fan, we will eventually hear the songs that he did. The Chris Cornell official and Vicky Cornell Instagram accounts posted this. 7 songs are lined up for release, all of which were written by Chris Cornell. The song called Cancer, Stone Age Mind, Road Less Traveled. He wrote a couple of songs with the other guys in Soundgarden. Nobody knows what they'll sound like, except the guys in Soundgarden and Vicky Cornell. But if you're a fan of that band, we'll finally get to hear them. By the way, speaking of Soundgarden, it sounds like Matt Cameron, who is one of the best and busiest drummers going. He was the original drummer for Soundgarden, and then when they broke up, he scooted right over to play with Pearl Jam. And he's been touring with Pearl Jam. He will be playing for the Foo Fighters live.
Oh.
Foo Fighters are going out on the road. We'll see them here for Sonic Temple in Columbus. They are your final night headliners. Foo Fighters are going back on the road. They have, I think, a couple of dozen dates between May and October. But the closest thing that we'll get from the Foo Fighters is going to be at Sonic Temple. They're doing a handful of other festival dates. But word is that Matt Cameron, who is real tight with Taylor Hawkins, is going to be drumming for Foo Fighters on the road. Now, when he can't do it, because as I said, he's a busy guy, Adam Willard will fill in. He's the guy that drums for Angels and Airwaves, which is Tom DeLonge's side band from Blink-182. But now that Blink is back out on the road, Angels and Airwaves, as it turns out, is going to be. So they kick off the Foo Fighters tour in May 24th. They'll play in New Hampshire. They'll also be opening the brand new Atlantic Club in D.C., which is kind of a reimagining of the old 930 Club. If you ever went to the old 930 Club. And they're doing a whole big thing there. Our D.C. bureau chiefs hopefully know about this, where they're doing like 30 bands in 30 nights. And the tickets, I tried to get tickets to see Living Color there. And you really kind of had to throw your name into like this giant lottery. And I'm sure it sold out immediately because I got an email saying, sorry. But Foo Fighters will be the first band to play the Atlantic there in D.C. And then they'll go out on the road. And we'll get them at Sonic Temple. And from all accounts, it's going to be Matt Cameron behind the drums. And I guess it makes more sense that you wouldn't, get a permanent drummer for the Foo Fighters. Just go, hey, when we go out, you'll need somebody in studio, obviously. But like when we go out, we'll have a couple of guys get back there and play.
I think you just have Dave Grohl do it.
I guess.
That's who did it in the first album.
Yeah. So it will primarily be Matt Cameron playing the drums for Foo Fighters on the road.
Why don't you apply?
I have a job, Mary.
You wouldn't quit this job to go play drums for the Foo Fighters?
I would not.
Are you serious? If Dave Grohl called you and said, come out with us full time, do what you love, you would not quit this job.
I'm not a side man. I got to do my own thing. This is the thing I've built.
I get that.
Foo Fighters is the thing he's built.
You love radio more than music.
Well, I'm better at this. I mean,
okay.
If he said, if he said, will you play with us at Sonic Temple? Of course.
No, he wants
Absolutely.
you to be the permanent replacement. You're going to tour with Foo Fighters for the next 10 years.
Oh, the next 10 years.
You're our new drummer.
You're their new drummer.
You're their new drummer.
But these things can go away.
So can radio.
I'm their new drummer until they go, we're done touring.
Yeah, but they're not going to stop. You're gonna play
at least
with
5
them,
years.
Yeah, at least 5 years.
All right, I'd have to think about it then. At least 5 years.
I'll have Brian send them an audition tape too. See, then it's not weighing on me. He can be the famous one.
Yeah, I guess I'd have to give that some thought. You're right.
I'm surprised.
I don't even play drums, and I would do it.
I know, right? I'd learn how to play the drums.
I learned drums. I would not stop playing drums until I'd figure it out. Figure it out.
A lot of those dates, they're going to have the Breeders opening for them.
Oh, I love the Breeders.
From Dayton, Ohio. And anyway, so some Foo Fighters news, some Soundgarden news, crossing the streams a little bit, but it's all very good news. Ladies and gentlemen, the Foo Fighters.
Ladies and gentlemen, Foo Fighters.
On the subject, we were talking before about that CEO who people were pissed off because she got a $4 million bonus and then did a Zoom call to chastise the employees that were complaining that they didn't get any kind of bonus for their work. I love the story of the guy out in Vinton. Am I getting this right? Vinton Township, middle of nowhere, Ohio. The case has been going on for a while, but they released the list of things that this guy spent his embezzled money on. A guy that used to be the fiscal officer for Vinton Township pleaded guilty last year to embezzling $310,000 in public funds.
Ooh.
And spent it on a bunch of wild stuff. That's
what I always think is the craziest thing when they're embezzling money like this and it's public money and then they're just buying the most ridiculous things. What do you get?
Well, because if you were to embezzle 300, they do this over a period of time, so you probably don't even know how much you've got. Because if you did it all at once, that would be too big. Somebody would notice that. So it makes sense that you're going to do it in increments. And as such, you're going to spend those increments on incremental things rather than he took $310,000 to buy a boat.
Right.
Right? Somebody's going to notice that. They're going to go,
he's doing $200 or $300 at a time.
Right. Jim, where'd you get the boat?
Yeah.
Right. Still, it's public money. $310,000 and again, middle of nowhere. I can't even believe they have this much money, right? Vinton Township has like 500 people in it. So he was originally indicted a couple of years ago, sentenced to 59 months in prison, probably be out in 6. Among his purchases, because apparently he had set up a wildlife center near his home, and so he's buying a bunch of animals.
Mm.
So he bought a wildebeest. I didn't even know. You ever seen a wildebeest?
I mean, that's one that I forget if it's like a real animal or not.
It is.
It is, but it sounds like
Extinct.
it's in this. Yeah.
It sounds like for a Dr. Seuss book.
Yeah.
Right. We grew up knowing the wildebeest as the gnu, GNU.
Oh, yeah.
It's the same animal as the wildebeest. That's what we... He bought 2 owls. He bought windows for his primate exhibit at the Roadside Zoo. You have to have something for the monkeys to fling their poo against.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you can't just have open air poo flinging. It's not downtown Cleveland. You got to have windows. You got to have... Yeah. He bought 5 hot tubs.
Probably spent way too much money on those windows.
No, we got them from Window Nation.
Oh, he did.
And he got those hot tubs probably saved a ton of money if he got them from Northeast Factory Direct.
Good for him.
Yeah. He bought a snow cone machine. I mean, listen. Cast the first stone. Who among us would not embezzle just a skosh for a snow cone machine? He bought a golf cart. He bought a riding lawnmower. Seems you could have somehow found someone to affix a blade underneath your golf cart and just split the difference. He bought an animal rescue trailer. He bought tankless water heaters. He bought an above-ground pool because he's classy. You're not going to have an in-ground pool made because that would draw too much attention. He bought security and surveillance systems. You want to see when the cops are eventually going to come get you.
Mm-hmm.
He bought gazebos.
Ooh.
Not uno gazebo. Multiple gazebos.
When you're balling like that, you get multiple gazebos.
He bought storage sheds, hunting blinds, front load washers and dryers.
Obviously.
Kitchen appliances, drum set. Maybe he's throwing his hat in the ring for the Foo Fighters. Pressure washers, drone, video games, generators, greenhouses. I guess when you're just taking public money, you're like, hey, man. He was basically running up a government debit card, and somebody finally caught wind of what was going on. He was creating fake invoices and fake bills because you got to cover your tracks. And then the county auditor, they never work.
It always surprises me how long it goes, though, before they catch people doing stuff like this. Is it just because they're building a case? They're like, all right, let them spend all the money so we can...
Sometimes they want it to be a felony instead of like a misdemeanor.
He bought toilets. He bought a deluxe cottage garage.
What's a cottage garage?
That's a good question. What is a cottage garage? It is a
garage for
I mean,
a
it's
cottage?
Yeah, maybe.
Like you
just
put
like
the
a
horses
detached
in?
garage.
Maybe.
A cottage garage. That's bougie.
I mean, again, as long as this list is, you still haven't topped a wildebeest. A CPR mannequin. Because listen, don't kink shame. By the way,
hey, safety first.
I don't know who. I do know who wrote this. I don't want to call him out, but they spelled mannequin MANIKIN.
Yes.
Did Cody write it?
No. And I like this guy, so I'm not going to call him out. But bro, unless you cut and paste, and some dummy out there in Vinton Township spelled it that way. Surprised you didn't misspell CPR. Rentals, if he rented an excavator, had to pay for repairs for his four-wheeler, men's clothing, foot pads, prepaid phone, herbal cleansing supplies.
Prepaid phone?
Another sucker who bought into the colon cleansing. So anyway, this guy racked up about $300,000. He got almost 5 years in prison. And he has to pay almost $340,000 in restitution. I'm always curious how restitution works.
Yeah,
because you're never going to pay that money back,
especially with a felony.
But that's going on out there in Vinton Township.
Are you almost like relieved that you're like, okay, I'm going to prison, but I'm not going to like a maximum security prison. Like I'm going to a nice college.
Well, I don't know where
prison.
he's going.
But like,
doesn't say where he's going. I don't know that there's any Club Meds in Ohio.
But that's not a maximum security crime. Like that's a white collar crime, and they go to like the college dorm prisons.
Well, but not always, though. I mean, I think if you're somebody who's got means and are powerful, maybe that's the case. But I think if you're the county auditor for Vinton Township, Ohio, you're going to the prison everybody else is in.
Not with the murderers and stuff.
Why not?
Because I thought
You're probably going to a minimum security.
Well, no, because there is.
Yeah, but there's no.
Out by me, there's Grafton prisons, and on one side they have like the maximum security,
Right.
And on the other side they have like the minimum security.
I'm just saying I don't know that that's always the case. I don't know.
I thought that was. I thought like the prison system. That's how it was set up. Because otherwise, everyone would just kind of be sitting ducks. No one wants to be in a prison with a murderer if you didn't do like a murdering offense.
A murdering offense.
You didn't hurt anybody.
If you didn't do a murdering
Technical
offense,
terms, all right?
that's right. Yep.
Avi.
In language
He's a lawyer.
terms. Uh-huh.
He's a lawyer and a fart detective.
Maybe I did write that article.
Your Honor, he's
Oh, no, he's going to be judge.
Judge,
Poundcake.
yes. It's not a murdering offense. He's a nighttime judge, daytime fart detector. Yeah. I don't know. You could be absolutely correct. But I don't know what counts for, I don't know.
Get one of those prison cells where the TV is in the wall and you can't move it. Like, I just can't change the channel.
I mean, listen, 59 months, and he's probably not going to do all those. But let's say you do.
That's a lot of months.
It's a lot of months. Let's say you do 13 months, and you do it in minimum security prison, right? Okay, so you're not getting bent over by your cellie every night, but you're also in prison. You can't go out and do anything. I mean,
I didn't say that stuff doesn't happen. You still probably get incidents like that, but it's with people of your own kind. Like you're in with criminals of your same level and your same skill set. I don't think you're gonna be like being bent over by Bonnie the Bandit is not the same as like being bent over by like John the murderer and serial killer.
Okay. By the way, I'm being told that mannequin, as it was spelled, is correct.
Really?
Devotion to accuracy.
See, I did write that
Retroactively. I like how he takes credit for things that just happen to be correct, you know?
It says that is sometimes confused with the MANN.
The term is spelled with a Q when the human form is being used to model clothing.
Huh.
Oh, so
when it's for CPR, it is MANI.
Naked.
Huh.
When the human form is being used for medical or scientific purposes. See? This is what I like.
Stupid language.
Learning things.
There's no
I don't know how I don't envy
mannequin.
anyone who has to learn English. I still don't understand it. They're like, Ana de Armas, who's gorgeous, hosted SNL this weekend. She got an Oscar nomination for playing Marilyn Monroe. I haven't watched that movie, but she has such a thick Cuban accent that I can't believe. I want to watch that movie now just to see how she does the American accent or makes herself sound like Marilyn Monroe. But she mentioned, she's 34 years old now, and she mentioned that she moved to the United States when she was 26, not knowing a lick of English. So she, if you're a kid and you come over, you're like Mila Kunis, moved from Ukraine when she was a kid, right? And learned English. You'd never know that English was her second language. Ana de Armas still has some people never lose their accent, and it's super foxy. But I'm like, wow. She was talking about this in her monologue, if you saw it over the weekend. I'm like, she learned all this in 8 years. Is 34 minus 26 8?
I learned to speak Tagalog in 6 months. I was
fluently.
I was conversational. Like conversational in 6 months.
Movie. I guess after 8 years.
After by the time I left, I sounded Filipino.
Okay, so extrapolating it to 8 years, you
I had a little bit of an accent, but it's like Filipinos would always go out of the way and tell me how good I was at speaking their language. Yeah.
Okay, so after 6 months, you were able to.
After 6 months, I could have conversations with anybody, and then I was fluent.
All right.
Not long after that, and
I guess I just think of English
because
as
when you're like, you're not learning you have to stop thinking of it as like learning grammar. You're just listening to the way people talk, and then you repeat it back.
Yeah, but how do you know what the articles of speech are? How do you know what's the noun and what's the like when
you just listen to how other people say it?
Right, but how do you know?
Just repeat it.
But how do you know what they're saying? Like English is one of the few languages where you don't have male and female determiners. You do know how do you know what the words are?
Because you're listening to people.
Context clues,
and you're learning. Like you can learn the words, and then you just it's about just kind of regurgitating what you're hearing.
Well, listen, I'll take your word for it.
It's not as academic as you think.
My only experience.
You're thinking of it from like learning each word and
Right.
meaning and stuff like that. You're just parroting what people are saying to you back at them, and then they go, "Oh, you said it just like me." Because when the kids,
But if they're asking you a question and you don't know what the words are,
then
how
you
do
try your
answer the-
best.
How
And
do you even know where to start? It's like people go, I learned English from watching television. That must be what they mean. But like, if you don't know what the noun is and the verb and the adjective, like,
well,
how
because
do you...
you have those bones of it. But like, yeah, there's a lot of mistakes at first, but the more you put yourself into it, the more you're around people speaking it, the quicker you pick up on it.
You can
And some
pick out
people
what
have
they're saying. Okay.
Yeah, and people have. I mean, I can watch. I never took a Spanish class. I can watch Spanish TV if it's a TV show that I've seen before and follow along, just with the few words that I know and the context clues,
right?
And knowing what they're talking about, I can figure out most of the words that they're using. And every once in a while, you're not going to know the words, but that's why you just are constantly paying attention to what words you don't know. And as soon as you don't know a word, you say, "What's that word?" And someone will tell you, and then you write it down and you remember it.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I learned French in school, so that was obviously much more of an academic way to do it. I've never had to learn it by living in another country. But
Yeah, because there's a lot of the missionaries that were trying to learn by just using the materials that they gave us. And like we had a lot of language training to go over there, but the best way to do it is just to interact with people and not be afraid of making mistakes, because people will correct you and it's helpful. So if you're not afraid to
the more
say
you,
something
right.
wrong,
yeah,
then they'll be like, no, you say it like this, and before you know it, you're speaking with efficiency.
I'm going to have those Gilmore Project tickets for you after the break. If you like Pink Floyd, you're going to want to see these guys, kind of a super group that is coming through to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Dark Side of the Moon. They're going to do MGM Northfield Park on May the 14th. So I'll have those for you. Coming back, another $1,000 on the way from the Buzzard bookie at 5:30.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Windy with on and off snow showers. Highs today in the 40s. Clouds tonight with overnight lows in the upper 30s. Patchy frost early Wednesday, giving way to mostly sunny skies. Highs around 60.
This report is sponsored by Batteries Plus Bulbs.
At Batteries Plus, we do more than fix phones and tablets. We help our neighbors power their lives. Visit Batteries Plus in-store, curbside, and online for fast and reliable phone and tablet repair. Learn more at batteriesplus.com.
Hey, it's Rover. NBA playoffs mean big hoops action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. Get in on the excitement of every game with the touch of a button. New customers can make a $5 pregame moneyline bet and score $150 in bonus bets if their team wins. Plus, everyone can score a no-sweat same-game parlay every day during the NBA playoffs. Open the DraftKings Sportsbook app, opt in, and place a same-game parlay on any NBA game. If it doesn't hit, you'll get a bonus bet back up to $10. New customers, download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and sign up with code BUZZARD. That's code BUZZARD. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook. 21 and older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Physically present in Ohio. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. Opt-in required. One bonus bet issued based on amount of initial losing NBA bet. Eligibility, wagering, and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/basketball terms.
When you drive the #1 most dependable mass market brand 3 years in a row by J.D. Power, you can stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Whether it's in the Kia Sportage, the Kia K5, the Kia Forte, or the Kia Sorento. Lease a new 2023 Sorento LX for $319 a month for 36 months with $34.99 due at signing for well-qualified lessees. Kia, movement that inspires.
Kia received the fewest reported problems among mass market brands in the J.D. Power 2021 to 2023 U.S. Vehicle Dependability Studies 2023 study based on 2020 models. See jdpower.com/awards for 2023 details. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. New 2023 Sorento LX 2.5-liter GDI 8AT FWD excludes hybrid PHEV 31,415 MSRP. MSRP includes destination handling and excludes tax and title license fees, options, and retailer charges. Actual prices set by dealer and may vary. Subject to credit approval by Kia Finance CAF through CAF to well-qualified lessees. Lessee is responsible for insurance, maintenance, repairs, 20 cents per mile over 10,000 miles a year in excess wear. Subject to vehicle availability and dealer participation. participation. Offers may not be combined except where specified. Must take delivery by 5/1/23. Limited inventory available. See key retailer for available stock.
At Domino's, we're so obsessed with pizza, we'll try to turn pretty much anything into pizza. Sizzling pizza fajitas, pizza milkshake. Probably not the best pizza ideas, but a great idea? Domino's new loaded tots. We bake our tots hot and crispy and load them up with melty cheese and delicious toppings, just like our pizza. From savory Philly cheesesteak to craveable cheddar bacon and mouthwatering melty 3 cheese, Domino's new loaded tots are just like Domino's pizza.
Vision's kindred spirits and ghost hunters for a tour of history, true crime, and of course, ghost stories. Listen to Haunted Road Season 4 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
It's time to give stuff away. Stuff away. Yeah, yeah.
All right, a couple of tickets here for you to see the Gilmore Project plays Pink Floyd. This is an all-star band. Guys from a bunch of other bands. Dude from the Grateful Dead. There's guys from, I think, King Crimson, something like that, right? They're going to explore the 50th anniversary of Dark Side of the Moon. Anything Pink Floyd related, it's a big, big year for the 50th anniversary of that classic album. So you want to see the Gilmore Project tribute Pink Floyd, Sunday, May 14th at MGM Northfield Park Center Stage. Ticketmaster.com is going to have whatever info you want on the show. And caller 10, these tickets are yours, so good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Are you trying to make us all uncomfortable?
Alan Cox.
It's gross, it's weird, it's not right, it's not cool.
And there's plenty more where that came from. Back to the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
I got another $1,000 for you, courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. Exactly 4 minutes from now. So keep your ears peeled for each and every one of these keywords because it's your shot to grab a grand. Starts, I think, in the 9 o'clock hour with Rover, and then Stansbury's got him. I have him. Corey has him at night. Provided there is no basketball or baseball tonight. However, you will have basketball. You'll have Cavaliers basketball. Playoff Cavaliers basketball.
Love it.
Here at home. The Romo Fijo, 7:30 tonight is your tip-off against the New York Knicks. They won the first one. Cavs can very easily win the second, as it's a best of three. So let's make sure that they do that. And hashtag let them know that you're there at the game. Just like our own Bill Squire and our own Rob Anthony will be there. Not in the lower bowl.
Club level.
But
on the lower bowl.
Yeah, club level is where they'll be.
Yeah,
that's very exciting. Right. That's a good time. Kid Rock is trying to get his head on straight after this whole Bud Light mishigas. And people were kind of pointing and laughing at him because he, in his excitement to prove that, I don't know. I don't know what the hell he's trying to prove, but, he shot up a case of Bud Light because they had done an influencer campaign with a transgender influencer, and he very much didn't like that. So he started posting Instagram photos of him holding up a can of a seltzer called Happy Dad. And he was very, very proud of that. But I guess Happy Dad does a lot of stuff with trans influencers. So he just doesn't know which way to turn in a world that is changing faster than he can possibly get his heads around it. Co-founder of the news site Trans Rights said Kid Rock should transition to adult rock by growing the F up. I've never heard of Happy Dad, but that's going to change for a lot of people too because, listen, Kid Rock has a lot of fans. It's no small shakes. I'll tell you what, though, in this entire story, the thing that always blows me away, and this is why you can't put any group of people into one group. There's no minority group that is a monolith. And Happy Dad had done campaigns before with Caitlyn Jenner, who has come out against Bud Light.
Dude, she's like anti-trans.
Well,
no joke.
I know Caitlyn Jenner's like a Republican.
She's a mess.
Bruce Jenner was a longtime Republican. But again, just because you're transgender, it's weird how you want what you want for you.
Yes.
But you don't want other people to have that. I mean, it's just...
Well, they didn't pull themselves up by their bootstraps.
She said
did.
Being rich and whatever. But, and a murderer. Don't forget, Caitlyn Jenner's a murderer. But
manslaughter.
Sorry, she slaughtered a man in his car.
It's manslaughter.
No, well, that's not.
So, yeah. last April, Happy Dad had posted a video of Caitlyn Jenner drinking the hard seltzer Happy Dad. But she is very upset at Bud Light. So it's an amazing world we live in. Human beings are complex and interesting and infuriating all at the same time. And you like what you like. And, but again, you can't put anybody in a box.
I think how she was trying to explain it, though, is she says, I am a proud trans woman. I don't claim to be a woman. I don't know what it's like to have a period. I don't know what it's like to give birth, is what she was saying.
Right, but we know that.
I'm still Kylie and Kendall's dad.
Right, but that's not a big reveal. But we know that.
But I think what she was saying is trans women now are saying that they are biological women.
No, they're not saying they're biological
They're
women.
not.
Their gender is female. That's different. Gender and sex are two different things.
It's a very nuanced conversation,
There's-
and people don't want to get into the minutia of it.
But I don't even think it's that nuanced. Gender and sex are different things. There's no trans woman who's saying, I was born a woman. Mentally, maybe, right? Hence the transition. But it's not even that nuanced.
Yeah.
People are making it complicated when all you have to do is remember a couple of distinct terms and you'll figure it out. Now, you might not like that. If you're Kid Rock, you're like, I don't like any of this. Okay, you don't like that either. People don't want the world to change. They want to go back to the 1950s.
I don't even know if it's that. I think it's guys like Kid Rock are afraid to be gay. They're like, if men start being women, how do I know that I'm not gay? I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking when I say that.
That's why I want to talk. That's why.
Dude, I'm telling you,
When Jim Norton's here on Friday, I want to talk to him about that.
Oh, he's coming in on Friday?
Yeah, I told him he could. Yeah.
I have a lot of members of my family who are devout Christians who think one of the worst things in the world you can be is gay, and I truly in my heart
being a
believe.
devout Christian.
What about love one another?
But I think that
what happened to love one another?
I think that
Not like
some
that.
of these guys are afraid of being attracted to someone who was born with a penis. I really do believe that that's part of it.
But Kid Rock had people love pulling out the photos of Kid Rock drinking with drag queens
I'm
years
just
ago.
saying.
Like, I don't.
I'm not saying specifically him. I'm saying the other people who make arguments like this.
I think also there's a lot of people that they come from the camp of, well, just don't rub it in my face. And they're like, they just don't want to see it as much as they are seeing it. And the more that they're and it's just easy clicks for conservatives. There's nothing.
But if you're a citizen of the world, you're going to see things that you might not.
Right, but people hate it.
I don't want my tax money going to defense contractors. How about that? But I don't have a say in that. I don't like it, but I don't have a say in
Their
that.
whole thing is you can if you fight for it.
But you can't.
But you can. That's how
You're not going to vote out defense contractors.
You can change out different
both
contractors.
sides. No, stop. They're all doing the same thing. But I always thought it was a little bit of a simplification when they go, well, maybe you're just secretly gay. Because listen, there are plenty of dudes who want nothing
I'm not
to
gay.
do.
I'm deeply closeted.
I tell you what.
But again, I'm a straight man. I always knew I was a straight man. I'm lucky. I never had to consider it or worry about it. The last thing I have absolutely no sexual interest in men. It doesn't make
you're
me
pretty defensive.
It
Sounds
doesn't
like you
make
haven't
me
found the right man.
It doesn't make me secretly gay, but it also doesn't make me homophobic. You absolutely do whatever you want to do. If I had an inkling of experimenting in college, I would have. I had friends that did.
Maybe you want to experiment in your 60s.
You had straight friends that tried it out and were just like, not for me.
Yeah.
Dude, I tell you what, I was attracted to
Those are your guys. Straight guys who want to play around. That's your
dabblers.
bread and butter.
Now, I was watching a TikTok. So
As you do.
let's go ahead and just start with the fact that it's 100% science and true. There was on Vice's page, and they were going over, they had like trans women, they had a disabled lady, they had black women, white women, Hispanic women, and they were having like a trans debate. And the one girl, she played volleyball and basketball. And she said, sure, trans women can be women. I'll call you whatever you want. I don't want you playing sports against me. That was her whole thing. She's like, I cannot go up against someone who was born male. That was her point.
The sports thing is when I feel like I have to bow out.
Right. Well, this is her point. And
Yeah.
then they had a trans woman on the panel who was like 5'6". And she was like, well, someone like me going against you just because I'm biological or birth male. I don't know if I'm using the terms correctly. Like someone who was born
Cisgender.
male. No. She was born
biologically
male.
male.
Biologically male. She's like, you would destroy me in basketball. And the girl's whole point was at 5'6", you would never play basketball. Like you're not someone who would even be considered for this sport. And then the trans woman came back and she was like, well, Michael Phelps was born with more lactic acid, which is a performance enhancing drug. So by saying that biological men are born with more testosterone.
That's
like,
when you get into the weeds on some real pseudoscience, too.
Right.
I mean, trying to make a point on, Anyway, Kid Rock and the gay seltzer. And then Bud Light, apparently everybody's mad at Bud Light now because they put out some rah-rah jingo Clydesdale We Love America nonsense.
Horses running in the fields.
That
and
didn't
stuff.
make anybody happy. It got liberals and conservatives pissed off at them.
Because it was two white guys, one with a beard, cracking open beers, and then it was just horses running in the
That's what
fields.
they've always been. That's what they've been for 4,000 years. They did one thing with a trans influencer, and everyone's worlds have exploded.
Which I never even saw the ad.
It's just a can. It's not even an ad.
Right.
They just put her face on a can.
So it's mostly because
They
so many
said-
of these
they
people
said,
that are anti-trans will follow a person like Dylan. Is that
Dylan Mulvaney.
Mulvaney, and they'll be like, "Oh, this is just all over the place." I'm like, yeah, because you're putting it into your own algorithm. That's what's happening. I just saw a tweet by Steven Crowder. He's saying, if your significant other transitioned, how would you handle it? And someone just gave a really thought out, kind response showing empathy. It's like, no, we want people to freak out. And they love using this trans people as some sort of fear-mongering talking point to generate
they had to
views and
give up
clicks.
They had to give up on gay marriage because that became legal. So you need the next thing to get people all riled up, and it turns out this is what it is.
Yeah,
I got to give you. Let me give you some money here. It's $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Yes.
No, I was just going to say they ask questions like that because they think it's a gotcha moment. Whereas someone who is openly supportive of trans people, and then they're like, okay, well, say me, for example, if Brian was like, I think I'm a woman, I don't live this way. I mean, it wouldn't be, I'm not going to be like,
I knew it.
What do you think all that live, laugh, love crap is?
Yeah, right.
Could be my wife. I think it would be for someone, it would be different.
jarring, yeah.
You'd have to sit back and think for a little while, but I'm like, at the end of the day, they want you to get all up in arms, rules for thee, but not for me or whatever.
Yeah.
So they're just poking. They're just trying to find anything
Well,
that's
right,
going to
exactly.
That's
And
it.
That's how you get engagement.
Yeah.
That's how you get people mad at you.
I would,
because anger drives more clicks than anything. Anything that can make people upset is going to get way more engagement than things that people just enjoy.
I had to question myself a while ago because I was attracted to this really, really butch lesbian. And
dude, butch lesbians are hot.
I did not
They're so
know.
hot.
My friend just showed me, and he was like, "What do you think about this guy?" And it was a cutoff, it was wearing a tank top. So I don't know if she had her boobs taped down or she just had small boobs. But then it was just straight up abs. And then I was like, "Oh my god!"
Listen, abs are attractive.
I was like, "He is."
That doesn't matter, man or woman. Everybody got abs. If you can see the abs, they look good.
Yeah, but I couldn't tell that it was a woman's body. So she had a hat down and then her torso, and it was all ripped. I was like, "Oh my god, who is that?" And he was like, "She is blah blah blah." I was like, "Oh my god!" I was like, "I'm straight." I was like, "That's the answer to my problems." I was like, "This is what conservatives have been saying all this time. You just haven't found the right woman. Find a nice lesbian that you're attracted to, because they got me." I was like, I might, take that behind the bushes. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but then when you get her pants off, how are you going to feel?
My sister and I call them Justin Bieber lesbians. Those are ones that we
Yes,
like.
yes, it was.
Yes.
Because the haircut, I was like, first of all, her hairline's better than mine, and she just had a better body. But
See, is that a horrible thing, though? If Brian came to me and said, I think I'm a woman, I want to live my life as a woman, and he got bottom surgery, that would be difficult for me being
Yeah,
a
of course.
straight
Like-
woman because I am attracted to men
Right.
and
It does-
penises.
You also don't know what
You
you're doing down
have-
there.
Yeah,
Exactly.
You don't have to be attracted to him still.
Right. I can still love him.
Yeah, you can still love him, but that's part of it. But that's like where the empathy and having an adult conversation, not
Right.
just being.
I ain't gay.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna touch no girl from the waist
Open
down.
mouth.
Exactly.
And listen, if you
Open
guys are gonna get
mouth.
married, it doesn't matter what's down there anyway. You're not gonna be having sex anyway.
Yeah, man.
Right?
But I wish I could find that picture. I have to find it because every so often I look at it, I'm like, this is what I need. This is,
Alan, keep in mind that Bud Light didn't roll out millions of new cans nationwide. It was literally a picture on one can in Canada a year ago.
Oh, was
It was
it
a
really?
year ago?
Yeah, they sent
I
out.
thought this was. I didn't look into it.
No, they sent out basically glorified swag bags to a group of influencers, and one of them was Dylan Mulvaney up in Canada. I had never heard. Nobody had heard of Dylan Mulvaney until
I've
this.
been following her for a while.
Alan, you don't like butter. When you see someone take a bite out of a whole stick of butter, you find it disgusting. That's how straight people feel when they see same-sex couples kissing.
Yeah,
That's
but
not how
someone-
straight people feel.
Right,
That's
and
how you feel.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it disgusting. I'd say, well, that's sweet. Listen,
I don't know how you do that.
anybody who finds someone to love them and treat them well, man, I am all in favor of it. Hopefully that'll keep more people from murdering other people. But no, I don't find that disgusting. That's
If
your
someone-
word. I
No,
would go, man, God bless you. That's not for me. There's a million things, by the way, that aren't for me. That's just one of them.
Okay, fine.
Million
Maybe
things
not
that
the
are-
butter thing. You see me eat 2 whole bagels. You would be disgusted.
I see what you're doing.
You would be absolutely appalled.
Yeah, but that means you're
Nope.
disgusting.
I'd
not
put
the
my
bagels.
tongue right through the middle of that hole. I get all that.
Give me the cream cheese.
Yeah, man. All right, let me break here. I want to text for something, 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Have you guys ever been around a rooster that's crowing like that?
My neighbors had them across the street, and the chickens would just run around across. And I'd be like, "Yeah, get one across the road. If one comes over here, it's mine."
Why did he go across the road? Dad joke.
Terrible joke.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's Alan. It's a Tuesday, which means if you are out Medina way, boy, there is no better time to be had than out at the Foundry Social and High Voltage Karting. Right next door there. Want to blow off some steam? Get behind the wheel. High speed, all electric go-karts. So fun. They're doing happy hour as we speak. Do that 4 to 7, Tuesday through Thursday. You can get $2 off all drafts. Amazing games in every direction. Food's awesome. Mad Brewing is there. So whether you have a casual hang or you want to get, a little more official meeting or party together, they can hook you up. 330-333-9000 to call them or go to highvoltagekarting.com or thefoundrysocial.com.
Did you know your completely free iHeartRadio app is also
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Before making a joke, say, uh-oh, here comes a little whoopsie from my giggle hole.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
His hands are moist and full of splooge. Festering wounds start to ooze. Why you got to say those things, AC? Seepage is beyond repair. Phlegm and mucus everywhere. Why you got to say those things, AC? AC, 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 AC. Why you got to say those things, AC? AC, 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 AC. Please don't say them just because you can.
I like gross words. There's from Sean in Brooklyn there.
Look at
Splooge,
that.
and
Love
moist,
that.
and festering, and ooze. He wrote that too early to get Mary's sputum.
Yeah.
in there. Oh, boy.
Sputum.
Sputum. Sure, but you said you told your doctor sputum.
I didn't know what it was.
Oh.
Yeah.
Doc, I've got a lot of sputum in my lungs.
My sputum.
I got to figure that out.
My bloody sputum.
Cavs tonight here in Cleveland. You can already see the streets of downtown Cleveland full of people pumping their collective fists and filing down the streets.
We're letting them know.
On their march to... That guy just made a whack-off. Did you see that guy? He, walked by, didn't even break his stride, and did the old, jerk-off mime motion. Thank you, sir. And then finished in that 2-second time he was in our frame, just in time to ceremoniously throw it against our window. Thank you so much. Cavs tonight. 7:30 is your tip-off against the Knicks. The Knicks already have one up on them. So Bill will be there to cheer them on. Hashtag let them know that you're there tonight.
I think I'm popping in, too.
Oh,
Are you really going to the game?
On accident.
Are you taking McDreamy? He get tickets?
No.
Oh.
I have a plug. And she was like, you want to do tacos in a game? I'm like, tonight? I'm like, okay.
Who was this, your friend?
Yeah, I have a friend that...
That's great. Tacos in a game?
Yeah.
It's awesome. Tacos at the game or...
I don't know.
Oh. All right. You sound bummed out.
I don't sound bummed out.
He's like, yeah, we're going.
Maybe I'll go.
Nothing's good enough for him.
He's very
Well, I don't know what seat she has. I don't.
What do you care? It's a
for
good time. You're
free,
hanging
and
out.
it's a playoff game.
And you're hanging out with your friend.
Bite my head off. I just said I don't know what seat she has.
But that's not the important part. Your friend wants to hang out with you.
Okay. I want to hang out with her, too. I really want tacos.
He really
Yeah,
wants
he's in it for the tacos.
Not
Maybe
hanging
you're
out.
straighter than you think.
Is this a friend that you hang out with frequently?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're over it.
No, I'm not over it.
You're saying that the venue, the event has to be worth it because you're so used to hanging out with this friend that it's kind of perfunctory. Like you're like, eh.
The friend I enjoy, the atmosphere I can enjoy, but it's a lot of people. It's just a lot of people.
What's a lot of people? At the game?
A sold-out playoff game, yeah.
What's the
there's
matter
gonna
with
be a
that?
lot of people.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
Looking forward to it.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, you're really getting that point across. He's bubbling over with excitement.
I don't care how good the seats are as long as they're better than Rob's and Bale's.
Now it comes out.
I want to be one seat, one row.
Now it comes out. That's what he wants.
I'm like, hey, guys.
I'm going to get him thrown out.
Don't get me
I know security guards there.
So do I.
We'll see who knows more.
He's gonna courtside with his friend eating tacos.
See what tribe you belong to. Ooh, it feels so good. Go team.
Go sports ball.
Go team.
Jason, hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, just calling in on make a few comments there on the trans and all the sports problems going on here.
Okay.
So, I mean, I got a pretty good solution to the whole problem.
You sound like
I
an
mean, I
idea
don't
man,
understand-
Jason.
Yeah, I do. I got a great idea to solve everybody's complaining.
Tell me.
I mean, I don't understand why they can't just start their own league. I mean, so, we got boys basketball, girls basketball, we got trans basketball.
Yeah, but people barely watch the WNBA. You're gonna get.
He's not talking about a league. He's talking about that
come
division,
on,
like
I
for
think-
high
I think-
school
I
kids
mean,
and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, high school and I think it could take over professionals. I mean, who wouldn't want to tune in to watch,
Well,
some
here,
trans basketball?
but here's
I
the
mean-
thing. Here's the thing too, and I think that Jason's solution goes to the heart of another thing, which is this belief that everyone around you is becoming transgender. You'd never have enough people to have a league of transgender athletes. And so this clickbait leads people to believe that they're peeking out their door and there's trans people coming to get them, right? This is still a minuscule sliver of the population. So it's taken on this larger than life thing because it's being used as a scare tactic for rubes. But I don't know. Listen, I'd say write your congressman, Jason. You might be onto something.
I think I am. I mean, who wouldn't tune into the,
You could be a
Trans
season
Bowl?
ticket
I mean,
holder.
it would be great. You'd have the drag queens as the announcers. And,
Trans Bowl.
That's another thing.
great. Yeah.
Oh, drag queens as the announcers.
I mean,
Okay,
you
yeah.
got-
I mean, you're including everybody.
All right. Well, you
Sure.
might be
you
honest.
got women. You got women taking testosterone and men taking,
What's the other one,
female
Jason?
Stuff and
What's the other one?
Estrogen. Come on, Jason. You're doing so good.
The estrogen. So I mean, I think that should put him on an even playing field. It'd be great.
Well, you might be onto something there. All right, thank you, Jason. There's Jason out in Wakeman, and if he has a girlfriend or a wife or both, might be chagrined to know that the estrogen didn't pop to his mind. Well, there you go. Trans ball
Who never
coming
wants to touch my vagina?
coming to a sports arena near you. This is why we need a dome on the new Cleveland Browns Stadium. So when trans ball gets in there, all the hill rods screams will be kept underneath the roof. We won't have to hear them as we walk by. Just another thing to consider.
I love you. But please don't touch my vagina.
If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, you can always leave us messages there. A little talkback button.
What up, Alan? I used to work at Enterprise Car Rental out at the airport, and your experience and Mary's experience is probably right. Some cars you get will have all the bells and whistles, all the fancy lights, all the whatever. Some cars are just strip downs. They won't have anything. You won't even have power windows. You'll have to manually roll the windows down. That's how some of these cars are. It's just hit or miss which ones you get when you rent them, unless you specify.
Unless you specify. How would I specify, hey, give me...
Well, there's like luxury upgrades and stuff like that.
Dude, if I got a rental car that I'm paying to use every day that doesn't have power windows, I would be furious.
Ooh, in the
$70 a day, $100 a day to roll down? No, absolutely not.
I would imagine a car like that would probably be less than $70 a day. But again, that was my point, that this 4Runner that we rented in Sedona, the doors felt hollow. So to his point about things getting stripped down, I completely believe that, because you'll sit in the car and you'll look in there and you'll go, this has no bells or whistles in it. You know what I mean? Like, you can tell when you get in a car, you go, oh, this is a stripped down rental car. No, I didn't request that. That's what they gave me. That's fine. A lot of these places now, you just put in your reservation and you walk out to the lot. Used to be they gave you a car. Now they walk out and they go, which one you want?
Yeah.
And I saw a Toyota 4Runner. It's nice and big. Toyotas are great. I go, yeah, give me that one. But you get in there and you're like, oh, which is fine. I don't need all that stuff. I need it to be able to drive me there and back. Is what I need.
In the last days of my Mercury, the window on the passenger side, whether the power button worked, but it would not roll down. So it was just like stuck in like limbo, like a crack always. So I would always have to like push it up with my hands. The back windows, they weren't used enough to be rolled down, so they didn't roll down. And if they did, good luck getting them back up. The only thing that worked was my passenger side window. But again, I had like
That's the most important one, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had my
The passenger side window.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
my driver's side window. My passenger side window did not work.
So you need a passenger side one, because if you have a best friend, they need to be hollering.
Well, I was always worried if I would get
on the passenger side.
Yeah.
I was always worried if I got pulled over. I didn't want them to think that I was like, because they come to the passenger side window if you're on the highway, and I'm like, I can't roll my window down. I have a hoopty, dude. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you.
Hoopty.
You want me to get out of the car because this is not going to work well.
Sir, I've requested 0 scrubs. Yeah. I sent our first full day in Sedona. We went up to Jerome, Arizona, which is about 45 minutes north of Sedona.
Next to Jermaine.
I'm sorry?
Is it next to Jermaine?
It's next to 2 Jessies.
Okay. I don't know why that tickled me. I just had to say it.
That's all right. It's a free exchange of ideas around here, right? It tickled him. He liked it. Jerome, Arizona, though, they have something called the Gold King Mine Ghost Town. And you go way up there, and it's an old mining town. And the reason that they say it's a ghost town is because, way back in the day, when they didn't have a whole lot of laws, they had like a murder a day. And so the whole place is supposed to be haunted and blah, blah, blah. And you go down into the town and Maynard Keenan's record store is there, and it's like a little bitty downtown. So a lot of people are going to Jerome just to shop. But I ended up sending a photo to my mom and my siblings while we were at this ghost town, because in the back, they got some chickens and goats and things like that. But they also have these super old pieces of machinery. And one of them was stamped with the name of a company that my dad used to work for, a company called Woodward Governor. And it was embossed into this old gear. And I sent it to my siblings and my mom because they love that stuff. My mom loves that kind of stuff. I go, hey, look at this. And that way, they got to, I don't know, Mary, this is Mary's thing, right? When you think that a ghost is talking to you or whatever.
Yes.
We're in a ghost town, and here's a thing out of nowhere, off to the side, giant piece of machinery, stamped with the name of a company that used to employ my father as an engineer.
Did you feel, That is cool.
Obviously,
Did you feel like your dad was there with you saying?
No.
Okay.
Obviously, the equipment predated his employment there by many, many years, but it was still pretty wild to see, and I sent it right off to my family. I said, hey, look at this. And then my mom sends me a big, long text back, which is great. I mean, that's what, Did I feel like my dad was there? Is that what you said?
Hey, Dad.
No.
I can't believe you
there
don't
are.
feel like that ever.
Yeah.
Well, how do you know how I feel?
Because you
just
say it.
you just asked me right now if I felt like my dad was there, and somehow that became how you don't ever feel that way. I feel like my father is around all the time. I don't need a gear to reinforce, right?
But are there any things that are there any signs where you think, oh, that's definitely my dad. That's something my dad would do, and he's trying to send a message to me from the other side.
Well, okay, those
Do you
are
ever
two.
think about
Those
that?
are two competing thoughts right there. The first half of your sentence, do you ever see something that's something my dad would do? And I go, yeah, of course. The second half, he's trying to talk to me. No, that's not how.
I didn't say talk to me, but
he's sending a message.
Listen, he's going to send a message. He's using Alexa.
Yeah, I don't. My brain doesn't work that way. But fortunately, my Alexa does.
This is your father speaking from the Alexa.
Right. I mean, he sounds like he's in a car, though, doesn't he? That's
Yeah, that time
this is your father
that one's a little
speaking from the Alexa.
What's your mom's new boyfriend do? Like,
Shut
is there
up,
anything
Bill.
That's going to remind you.
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
My mom isn't dating.
Oh, okay, so you didn't play the Samuel L. Jackson clip because she's dating Samuel L. Jackson.
That'd be cool.
That'd be really cool. You got it. You'd have to be excited about that.
What I?
Yeah. He's. I think he's 70 now.
What the hell's that got to do with anything?
Your mom's,
Age appropriate?
Yeah, age appropriate.
No. How would they ever cross paths? I've never even met them.
Maybe they meet at church. I don't know.
At church.
Yeah.
He's
The
trying
cats nestle close to their kittens. The lambs have laid down with the sheep. You're cozy and warm in your bed, my dear. Please go the f to sleep.
That's how he's serenading my mother. No, nothing like that.
She probably wouldn't be a fan of the salty language.
That's just, oh, my mom's got, she's got a sharp tongue.
Oh, okay.
She's not a prude by any means.
That's what I'm hearing.
My brain doesn't work that way. I'm sure there are plenty of people who would see something like that and go, oh. But that thing was there long before my dad died.
Yeah, I've never.
So
I feel like and I have never had this happen. I mean, my grandmother died of cancer when I was really little, so I didn't have a chance to have this discussion. But if my mom was on like her deathbed, I would be like, Mom, I'm going to tell you like a code word. Like, just say something that I'm not going to tell anyone who it is.
yeah,
like,
that's what Harry Houdini did.
And
When
then-
Harry Houdini died, he told his wife, I will contact you with this word, and any medium who cannot deliver this word to you is lying.
You got to make sure
it's never, ever happened.
You can't be something like, I love you.
No, I mean, you just think of
They're
something
gonna win.
and then, but like it might appear, it might be on a calendar or something, or it might be in a movie or something. Like I don't necessarily think a medium would say it, but it might just appear on a piece of paper, and you're like, that is so random. This is the exact word I said to my mother when she passed. Like, hey, connect with me with this word, and here it is. Now, I've never had that experience, but I feel like that's something that I would want, because I already know my mom wouldn't want me to talk to a medium. She's against that. That's against our religion, and she wouldn't like that. But as far as communicating from the other side, I know my mom's love goes beyond this world, so she would definitely try if she could. So if there was any indication that I could do that, I would do it.
Right. I mean, again, it precludes a belief in an other side, which I don't believe in. So people who do, though, they go, hey, listen, I mean, who's to say what means what? If it means something to you, then that's the important part.
But that doesn't make you sad that you don't think there's anything on the other side?
No, it comforts me.
Why does that comfort you?
Because
that means we're done.
It's important.
I feel like that's the ultimate justice.
I think people need to get more in their heads that this is it.
No.
You think of how poorly people act when they just can't wait to get this over because their great reward is coming after this.
Think about the people that were robbed of life, like young kids that died. The only justice I would see.
That's life.
But the only justice I would feel that they have, I'm like, okay, they're in a better place. Like they are getting their just reward on the other side.
That's right. And that's very comforting for people. That's where that all comes from.
See, I don't have your brain. Clearly.
I know.
I can't.
I'm not saying it's better or worse. I'm just saying
it's not
how, and I'm not wired to believe I was raised to believe that. There's just no evidence. I like evidence, man.
I put in a good word to Jesus for you.
Great.
Well, what if you get on the other? What if you get on the other side and it's not Jesus that was running things? What if it's Buddha or some crap like
Wouldn't
that?
It would stand a reason,
right?
It would stand a reason that after billions of years, one person would have gotten through from the other side.
Maybe they haven't. You just won't believe them.
No. I mean irrefutable proof.
Anything can be refuted.
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
What? You mean anything can be refuted? What, you're a flat earther now?
No, but what I'm saying
there are
is
things that can be proven and things that cannot be proven.
As someone who believes so deeply in science, science is always learning. They thought the atom was the smallest thing in the world until they split it open.
But they are not subtracting information. They are always adding information.
No, I'm not saying that information would be subtracted. I'm saying that just because something isn't scientifically proven yet doesn't mean it never will be.
I'm not saying it won't be. And the day that the afterlife is proven, I will be right there in front to bullhorn to everyone that I was wrong. Except a lot of people will be wrong then.
Sure.
And you will, by the way, if it were proven to be right, you would accidentally be right. It's not that
everyone's accidentally right.
Well, no, it's not that you knew.
Faith.
It's not that you knew or right. Faith in a belief.
Yeah.
Science is not a belief. Science is something that can be proven over and over and over again. It can be replicated.
Sure.
Over and over and over
Just
again.
like this conversation.
But you can be.
And on that note, I got a break.
Hey!
You want to get the last word in? Shoot me a text, 35192. Cavs basketball tonight here at home against the Knicks. That is 7:30 tonight on MMS.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
This is Clay Travis. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Ohio Laborers and Ohio Lesset.
Brown star Myles Garrett claims he's done with the Pro Bowl games after dislocating his toe in February. Garrett's still bothered by the injury, but says he'll be okay for training camp. Guardians blew a 2-run lead. They dropped Game 1 of their twin bill in Detroit today. Hardwood tonight, the Cavs host the Knicks in Game 2 of their playoff series. And starting next year, the NBA will require all draft prospects to participate in their annual combine, or they won't be allowed to enter the league. I'm Scott Davidson.
Celebrate Go Orange Day this Wednesday, April 19th. Share the message of work zone safety with your friends, family, and community by liking hashtag Go Orange, 4 safety. Take the Safer Roads Pledge today. Visit OhioLECET.com. Brought to you by Ohio Laborers and Ohio Lesset.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do it.
The Alan Cox Show.
Sounds like this.